credit card will do. Together, if you play the fool for me, breaking every rule for me. For me it's alright. No, you don't need no suit, no tie. I think a real man shouldn't cry. If you smash that loving thing, just fix it with a diamond ring. It's alright for me. Oh, a broken heart, an easy clue. Almost any credit card will do. It's alright for me. I'm worth it anytime. Relying on your pleasure. Allow that little distance that will keep us together. If you play the fool for me, breaking every rule for me. If you smash that loving thing, just fix it with a diamond ring. The shadow of a moment. That is far. That is far too small to see. Far too small to see. Likelihood of me.
But I wake up, never seen something that you've never been. Touch me in the right. Touch me in the right. Like nothing's wrong. Touch me in the right. Touch me in the right.
There is music on my skin. There is music like a gentle breeze. All the thoughts that I kept in are forced to be released. There is music on my skin. Most apparently unreal. Like in a blind man's night. Trying to hear what I feel. While the sniper has my back, twisting amusement into sin. A sensual string becomes a drive. That wasn't music on my skin. music on my skin. Once in a while, like a gentle breeze. Once in a while, all the things I kept in. Once in a while, they're forced to be released.
If this is reality, then it must be paradise. If this move is not a dance, then this groove must be gravity. If this is no miracle, then it must be destiny. As the world turns, I think that this story is not in our hands. Yeah. As the world turns, the book is written in the language we yet understand. If this is a joke, why is everybody crying? And if this is the truth, if it is the truth, I hope that everyone is lying, lying, lying. If love is the question, hate holds the answer. If there's truth beyond suggestion, to every music there's a dancer. As the world turns, I think that this story is not in our hands. Yeah. As the world turns, the book is written in the language we yet understand. If this is a dream, then it is a good dream. As the world turns, then this groove must be gravity.
I feel your aspirants. I can taste your fear. The sticky strings you're hanging on. fluke that brought you here. I saw your zombie veins, the caves you go astray. Dance attendance to your monkey friends, the shilly-shally on your way. You miss you, the burning fire, the sunken valley you desire, but now you are a different girl. You're changing to a shining pearl. Bye bye, hiding your light. Bye bye, explanations. Now you are perfectly clean, almost ladylike, but extremely mean. She talks sweet, oh, she looks good, so slick, creeping round my neighborhood. I smell a rat, baby. She's coming from. Probably grew up under a different sun. I thought these times, days were gone and left behind. Now it looks like somebody pushed rewind. I smell a rat, baby. Looks like that back, baby. To my bed, baby. I smell a rat, baby. It's what she said, baby. That made her a rat, baby. Knows where she's coming from. Probably grew up under a different sun. I thought these times were gone and left behind. Now it looks like somebody pushed rewind. I smell a rat, baby. Looks like that back, baby. I smell a rat, baby. Baby, better bring the cat, baby.
It's in my blood. How can you hear it? How can you see it? It's in my blood. How can you feel it? Do you believe it? Yeah. Water and dirt, it turns to mud. Love is in my blood. It's in my blood. I got to wear it. I got to share it. So come and be my companion for tonight. Let us rock this shack. Because way up high, the moon above only shines when the sky is black. did you do, love vampire? You know black don't crack, and my game came back, love vampire. Love vampire.
Testing. We'll be starting in 3 minutes if we can gather together here.
voici. Mais tu sais ce que c'est qu'une femme à présent? Oh. Et je suis un homme en toi. Et tu es une femme. Et tu es une femme avec moi. Dis la vérité. Cela est vrai.
Welcome to the 2025 South Dakota Parkinson's Foundation Annual Conference. My name is Stephanie Myers. I'm a physical therapist at Avera by trade, but I'm also the vice president of the South Dakota Parkinson's Foundation. We are so excited to welcome you to this beautiful Sioux Falls Convention Center for a powerful day of learning, connection, and support. We are honored to host over 320 guests from South Dakota all the way from Rapid, Minnesota, and Iowa. Thank you for being part of this incredible community. This day would not be possible without the dedication and generosity of so many. A heartfelt thank you to the Sioux Falls Convention Center for hosting us and to DJ Jer for setting the tone and energy. We are also deeply grateful to our committed board members that you'll be introduced to today as they introduce other speakers, knowledgeable speakers, tireless volunteers, welcoming exhibitors, which will be all the way to the right. We have close to 24 exhibitors, and our generous sponsors. You make this day possible. A special thank you to Seeds for Success for their generous grant funding, which made it possible for us to offer this entire conference free of charge to all attendees. As you enjoy the day, be sure to visit our exhibitors who will be available through lunch, offering valuable tools, resources, and support. These folders that you have, we apologize if not everything got in there, so if you don't have You need to have this orange evaluation in there. If you don't mind opening up, this needs to be in there. If you don't mind throughout the day filling that out for us. And then there's also an agenda in there. Meet the South Dakota Parkinson's Foundation team. There's a Parkinson support group information. There's a front and back to that. There's also a grant application that we offer for people with Parkinson's and their care partners. So if you have any questions, there's a booth in the back that one of us will be there. And there's coffee and water throughout the day. There'll be great lunch. The bathrooms are all the way in the back to the right, and there's also some down a ways to the left. You want to get a little exercise. Please don't feel that you have to sit the whole time. As a therapist, it's nice to move around and stuff, so feel free to stand, walk around. Another thing that you'll find on your table is this little booklet. Do we have Paul Dummer here somewhere? Do you want to stand up, Paul? Where are you? Everybody, round of applause for, oh, there you are. Paul kindly has a Parkinson's Poetry, A Journey in Life booklet that he has on the tables for you that he did himself. So thank you so much, Paul, for doing that for us. Also on the tables are the beautiful tulips. Thank you to all of you that purchased tulips for our fundraiser for the South Dakota Parkinson's Foundation that happened last week. They're beautiful, they're blooming. We do have, I think, around 18 left. Those that are on the tables here for sale for $20. So if you want to find one of us board members, and if you have some cash and would like one to take for the road, please let us know. As I mentioned, there's newly diagnosed packets back at the Parkinson's Foundation, South Dakota Parkinson's Foundation booth in the back. Our team will be there to answer questions, share support, and connect you with local programs and services. And then we're also proud to feature Joni's project. It's thank you for a generous legacy gift from Joni Carlson. The South Dakota Parkinson's Foundation can offer these medical alert bracelets and necklaces to our members free of charge. And then you'll also find a sign-up sheet for volunteer opportunities back there. Thank you again for joining us. We are so glad you're here. Let us make today meaningful together.
Good morning. I'm Deb Herbold, and I'm the president of the South Dakota Parkinson Foundation. Where did Stephanie go? Stephanie! I'd like you to come back up here, Stephanie. I have a special announcement to make this morning. Every year, the South Dakota Parkinson Foundation selects one individual who has gone above and beyond for the foundation, for persons with Parkinson's and for caregivers. They are exceptional in all that they do to uphold our mission to improve the quality of life for those touched by Parkinson's disease. And we honor them and we thank them with the South Dakota Parkinson Foundation Friend Award. And it's my honor to announce this morning that Stephanie Myers is the recipient of the 2025 South Dakota Parkinson Friend Award. So we have these flowers for you, Stephanie, and we have this certificate. And I think every recipient receives a jacket, and we'll get that for you later. But I'm going to just share with the group, with the wonderful crowd here this morning, why your nomination as to why you were selected for this award. Leaderful, compassionate, dedicated, supported, and steadfast are just a few words to describe Stephanie Meyer's approach to her service to the South Dakota Parkinson Foundation. She is currently the vice president of the board. Stephanie has volunteered her time to the South Dakota Parkinson Foundation as a board member and committee member since 2016. She has generously donated numerous hours of time in various capacities to ensure the success of the foundation. Her service goes beyond the board. Every year, Stephanie can be counted on to organize a team for the walk, sell hundreds of tulips, and or pitch in with the latest fundraising effort, as she did when she donated a pot of prize-winning chili for our chili cook-off. She is the epitome of the phrase, "I'd be happy to." Nothing is off limits for Stephanie. She's always there with a smile and ready to help. But above all else, Stephanie took on the majority of the executive director responsibilities when the foundation found itself without a director last September, and she recently stepped up again with the same level of commitment to assure that the foundation prevails. Her commitment goes beyond day-to-day duties. She also makes herself available to the staff to answer questions, address concerns, and to offer an encouraging word. She brings the calm to the storm, and for this and for all that she does, we are deeply grateful. But I'm not done. Stephanie is deserving of this award, not only for her amazing service to the foundation, but also for all that she does for persons with Parkinson's disease through her work as a physical therapist. She makes a positive difference in the physical and emotional well-being of persons with Parkinson's disease. Lisa Howard states, "I've known Stephanie for many years prior to joining her on the South Dakota Parkinson Foundation board. As the director of Active Generations, I often observed Stephanie bringing her patients to our gym to make sure that when they were discharged from her care, they would be comfortable continuing their fitness routine on their own. When we added a balance class to our fitness curriculum, she welcomed our fitness instructors to come to her therapy gym to watch her in action. We were able to witness how she gently and safely pushed her patients through difficult tasks to improve their gait and balance. It was inspiring." Lisa goes on to state, "I would unequivocally say, without hesitation, that Stephanie is one of the best in the field of working with persons with Parkinson's. Her knowledge and expertise are second to none." Stephanie is second to none in all that she does for the foundation and as an advocate, a physical therapist, and supporter of persons with Parkinson's. And it is for these reasons that we are pleased and honored to present Stephanie with the South Dakota Parkinson Foundation Friend Award. Congratulations. Do you want to say something? It's up to you. I know it's a surprise.
I'm overwhelmed. Thank you all, and we'll get on with the next speaker because you know how much I love speaking in front of people. But truly, what an honor and a surprise. My husband's supposed to be working today. So thank you to my parents, Tom and Leanne Austin, and my husband for surprising me, and thank you to all the board members here and all of you that I've been able to work with personally as a patient or in the my role as vice president of South Dakota Parkinson Foundation. So thank you again.
Yeah, can we just have a quick picture and then we can do pictures in the back?
Well, after that, congratulations, Stephanie. My name is Julie Egebrot-Nord. I'm the event assistant for the South Dakota Parkinson Foundation. I have the honor of introducing our first speaker. We are very excited to welcome Joan Hlas to our 2025 conference. Joan is the manager of Struthers Parkinson Center, a Parkinson Foundation Center of Excellence, where she has served for nearly 20 years as both a social worker and a leader. She is a dedicated advocate, educator, and mentor with the Parkinson's community. Joan has shared her expertise at conferences across the country and played a key role in national initiatives to improve care for those living with Parkinson's. We are honored to have her with us today.
Thank you. Okay, that's a tough act to follow, right? Stephanie is very deserving, though, again, stepping in quite at the last minute here. So, okay, so they tasked me with talking about sleep first thing in the morning, which was not my first choice in time, but I think I was the last one to say what time I wanted. So, I will tell you, we know sleep concerns are part of it. If you nod off, I will not feel offended, okay? It's funny to have sleep be the first one because the people that probably need to hear this are probably the ones that are tired or they're running late because they didn't sleep very well. And all the early birds are probably not the ones that need to hear this, but we'll go ahead anyways. There's a reason I'm in the running late, don't sleep so great category, so I can relate to a lot of the concerns that people have. So that's actually where we'll start. I already said who I was. Why is this not working? There we go. Okay, so we're going to start with what are some of the common sleep concerns that people with Parkinson's will deal with. And I know there's a lot of spouses and family members in the crowd as well. And frankly, if your loved one is not sleeping well, it usually comes to play where you're not sleeping well either, especially if they're your bed partner. It can be very disruptive if someone is up and down and not doing very well at nighttime. So your part of the journey is alongside them. We're also going to talk then, what can you do about it? So there's a reason I called it coping with strategies. I won't spend the whole time talking about the nuts and bolts of the medical stuff. What can you do for it in reality? Many of these tips and suggestions you've heard before, or they're fairly practical. And you, again, even if you're not the one living with Parkinson's, may find these helpful in your own journey of trying to sleep, get the best sleep you can. The last thing we'll talk about is the environment and other things that you can do to help improve your sleep. So, if you're up when the owls are, these are common things we see with Parkinson's. Insomnia, actually I'm going to go into all of these in a little bit more detail. So, insomnia is one. Restless leg syndrome, very common. In fact, could be very early for those living with Parkinson's. REM behavior disorder. So that is where kind of dream enactment comes into play. They're doing some studies looking specifically at that, and that many folks dealing with that diagnosis will eventually develop Parkinson's disease. So is there a way to catch them sooner before it gets to full-blown Parkinson's? We know that vivid dreams, hallucinations, confusion, and then just an increase in Parkinson's symptoms can cause concerns with sleep. Okay, so if you look like this guy, right? Hopefully you don't. It's blipping, I don't know, but hopefully you can still read the screen. But essentially insomnia, or difficulty falling asleep and staying asleep. We'll do a little participation to get you moving a bit. How many of you would say that you deal more than 2 or 3 times a week of not being able to stay asleep? Anybody in here brave enough to raise their hand? Okay. I think there's enough hands. I think, again, it's a relatively common. Some people will, again, it's where falling asleep is the problem, but others will be up in the night and then not be able to fall back asleep. Different things we're going to look at. Sleep hygiene is a commonly used concern that, anyway, sleep hygiene is a commonly used term of really what can be done in your environment. We're going to spend a fair amount of time talking about that this morning. Cognitive behavioral therapy is another specific therapy treatment that people will undergo, and there's a specific one for insomnia that people can get tapped into. And then we know that there's medicines that can help. The medicines listed there, trazodone and mirabazepine, are both antidepressants that are commonly used to help people to go to sleep. They're actually can help with mood, but their major side effect is sleepiness. So they're often given at nighttime to help with sleep, and then the better effect probably is helping with the mood throughout the day. So I am not a doctor. These are just suggestions and commonly used strategies within our clinic that we have in Golden Valley near Minneapolis. We do know that doctors very much try to get people to stay away from some common strategies, things like Tylenol PM, Benadryl, or Ambien. These are often when people they don't know what else to do. They're tired of being awake at night. They'll go to these kind of over-the-counter options. However, long-term use of these is thought to cause major cognitive issues. And unfortunately, folks with Parkinson's, we know that there can be cognitive issues that come. About 80% will deal with some change in their cognition over time. So we won't want people making that worse by taking Benadryl every night to go to sleep. So if you find yourself kind of going for that Tylenol PM on a fairly regular basis, then you got to make sure you're finding other alternatives to help you sleep, okay? Another common one is restless leg syndrome. And this is, again, present in some folks prior to their Parkinson's being diagnosed. So prior to maybe that tremor starting or some other more classic symptom of Parkinson's. It's an achiness or a itchiness feeling in the legs where you just feel like you have to move them, okay? It can happen just in the evening. So some people will report just watching TV at nighttime. They can find that they can't get their legs still. One of the easiest treatments is to get up and move around, and they'll find that the feeling will go away. Now, at 2 in the morning when you want to be sleeping, getting up and moving around is not really going to help you sleep, right? So, if it's quick enough and you can kind of just lull yourself back by moving around, getting the feeling to go away, then that might be what you need to do. But there's some other things. They look at one common medication that's given is gabapentin, which is essentially a nerve pain pill. If people have issues with other neuropathy and other pain from their nerves, gabapentin is kind of the gold standard that's given. So it definitely helps with restless leg syndrome. We also know that some of the dopamine medicines, so particularly the dopamine agonists, were originally designed for restless leg syndrome. So medicines like Mirapex and Requip. They come with some side effects, so you need to be careful with those, but certainly they can help with restless leg syndrome. And then we know, actually, antidepressants make it worse. So all of this is to say that it's complicated when it comes to medications for your sleep. So making sure you're talking with your doctor and you're not just telling your primary care you need these because the lady at the Parkinson's conference told you to take them. So making sure you're working with your Parkinson's neurologist, because understanding the combination of these drugs can be quite helpful. Another one is very common, and they're actually doing stuff. I've just heard about some updated on research that they're doing at the University of Minnesota on REM behavior disorder. So what this essentially is this is acting out your dreams. Anyone have a dog in the audience? Okay, not a lot of dog owners. I'm a huge dog owner. So anyone ever seen a dog when they're sleeping? When they're sleeping, they're actually acting out their dreams, and you'll see them they look like they're running, right? And so I guess cats do the same thing, but I'm not a cat owner, so cats, I guess, do the same thing. But what essentially it is when we get to that deep, deep sleep, the dream phase of our sleep, our the brain should shut down our body. So we're disconnected from it. However, if you have this disorder, REM sleep disorder, behavior disorder, your body's not shutting it down. So you're trying to act out your dreams. And there's lots of, evidence to show that most of it's with the hands, like pointing and shouting. Punching can happen. I've heard lots of stories about this, people popping out of bed or jumping out of bed, running to I've had people running into dressers. Just disastrous type behavior can happen if untreated. And so if you are at the point where you're already shouting things out and moving around a lot, it's something to monitor and make sure, again, you're bringing it up to the docs. Various treatments are out there looking at that. I should say, again, so the studies they're doing at the University of Minnesota are looking at early. Like there are people that just, that's the first thing they're dealing with is they're shouting out dreams even in their 30s and 40s. And then they've been following them to try to see what can come, and it's a fairly high percentage that will develop Parkinson's disease, or some will develop Alzheimer's disease. And so if there's a way that we can catch these people early, is there some preventative type stuff we can look at to maybe before it gets to more of these chronic illnesses. So, but if this is something you're dealing with, again, often doctors will look towards melatonin. Clonazepam is another one that's actually used for seizure disorders, but also can help shut the body down. That's the main goal with that one, and it's commonly used. These are relatively old drugs that are fairly mild and are fairly well known, so not necessarily, they kind of know what the good and the bad of them. But we do know that actually levodopa, the main drug you all take for Parkinson's disease, can make this stuff worse. So a lot of times it's trying to find the balancing act of how much can we put up with. Some other things that can happen at nighttime that can be very disruptive are increases in confusion and hallucinations. I know these aren't people's most favorite topic when it comes to living with Parkinson's, but they're unfortunately a reality for some people. So common confusions that we can see are there's a term called sundowning, and you may have heard this term. It basically describes when the sun is going down, so kind of that evening time, they get disorientated and more confused. And so that can lead then into into nighttime and sleep time, and be quite problematic. And often, if it becomes more of an issue, like an ongoing, everyday type issue, this is when we start to see more and more caregiver strain. And as a social worker, my role for many, many, many years was working with caregivers and supporting them on their journey. And I will say, when confusion, hallucinations, this kind of stuff is going on at night, it's a key thing to make sure, do we need home care? Do we need to find a different housing alternative? So if we can catch this stuff early and try to treat it early and not just play it off like, oh, it was we had a bad night, trying to do something about it is much better than letting it go and it kind of blows up. So there are different treatments they use. Donepezil is a common memory drug. Probably it's one of the only ones on the market, really, that they've think can help with memory. So commonly used if confusion is popping up more. There are different medicines that can help with hallucinations. In fact, one of our vendors here is promoting that drug. You can check that out. We also know that levodopa can make some of this stuff worse. So sometimes it's about trying to pull back on carbidopa, levodopa at nighttime to reduce some of these strains and stresses. And then a lot of it's about behavioral adjustment and trying to work through better ways to handle these confusion, hallucination situations. Last one that I'll talk about that it comes up, there's two of them. Parkinson's symptoms can increase. A lot of people have told me that their tremor seems to be more engaged at nighttime and it's hitting the pillow. And boy, it's really hard to sleep if your pillow's kind of getting boom, boom, boom. And so a lot of folks will talk also about feeling more stiff or rigid and just can't get comfortable. So they will often look at, is there medicine, like long-acting medicine that could be used through the evening time to help people still get the relief of their symptoms through the nighttime? Others will look at, again, more environmental adjustments to help. I'm going to talk about changes in the sheets you use, the bed, the pajamas you use to help with that movement piece if you feel real stiff as a board. We also know that anxiety and depression are very, very real in Parkinson's. A big part of what I did as a social worker was talking with people about their mood and emotions. About 50% of people with Parkinson's will deal with some sort of mood change. So anxiety and depression being the most common. And I will say for a lot of folks, it flares up at nighttime. So we're going to talk about some of those strategies you can use to help relieve if all of a sudden all those anxious feelings are hitting you at 2 in the morning, okay? And then there's the bladder, right? I'm getting older. I got my cheaters, got my official things, and I know that nighttime, if I don't cut myself off, or certain things will seem to trigger the bladder, and I'll have to go to the bathroom in the middle of the night, okay? And so I think it becomes more normal as the older you get. The hope is, though, that once you get back from the bathroom, then you can fall back asleep. And that's the challenge. We recognize that you should probably you will have awake times at night. It's just a natural part of the way our rhythms go up and down, okay? The challenge is, once you hit that awake time, can you just adjust and then fall back asleep? And that's, if we're at the problem where you can't do that anymore, that's when all this stuff that I'm talking about is needed and needs to come into play. We also know there's a fairly recent study, just like 2 months ago, came out on sleep apnea, which we know is very, very common across the U.S. It's huge in my family. Most of my dad, my brothers all have sleep apnea, so I paid a little more attention to this one. They actually found untreated sleep apnea. So I know those CPAPs suck, right? At least that's what I hear. But untreated sleep apnea, they did a 5-year study looking at it. 18% of people develop Parkinson's disease. Yikes, right? So if you're sitting in the room, you're a family member, and you're like, well, I get this thing. If you got sleep apnea, you got to watch out, right? And so making sure you're properly getting treated for sleep apnea was the key. And so VA did a big study on this. So it's just something to be aware of. I'm not promoting CPAP machines or anything like that, but I definitely want people to be aware of these things, especially when you're like, this is in my family, what can I do? Which I hear a lot of the questions around that. So I chose this picture because I think it happens a lot, where you wake up in the middle of the night and you're staring at the clock. Though no one really has a clock that looks like that anymore, but you're staring at your phone with the clock, whatever it is, right? But what we want is this person. Look at her, isn't she peaceful, right? Ultimately, we know that sleep is a huge base of what we do every day and will impact our day as we go throughout it. We've all had rough nights of sleep. I mean, it's part of life, I think. There's strains and stresses, and so you're gonna have a bad night's sleep. And how you feel the next day is usually dependent on said sleep, right? So that's why this is a big topic within our world of Parkinson's and certainly life in general. And so as I go through the whole next part of my talk is going to be about what do you do about it? And so try to put some of these into play, okay? Hopefully you can take a few tips from these things. How I structured it is it's looking at what you can do as a person, adjustments you can make to yourself. What can you do in the environment? Is it set up for good sleep, safe sleep? And then what can you do in your occupation of the day? So many are retired people. Occupation is really the way we structure our day, how we keep ourselves busy, because that will definitely play into how you're sleeping. Okay, the person. When we look at it, one of the big things I want to talk to people about is sharing. Many folks don't like to complain. They just say, I'm doing fine, all is good. And it's pretty classic when people go to the doctor that I'm fine. And you'll hear the person with Parkinson's say, I'm good, I might shake a little bit more, everything else is good. And their spouse is sitting slightly behind them. No, it is not, right? And they're like trying to scramble notes to the doctor. No, okay? Our nurses get calls before the doctor visit. Okay, so it doesn't help you, right? If the doctor wants to hear what's going on, and I get it, like you want to feel, hey, I got this Parkinson's thing under control, I could do this. But if you're really not sleeping well, we know it's not going to get better necessarily. And so what can we do to try to make adjustments? So let's share, learn what you can do, okay? And again, address it. Making sure that you're not just saying, oh yeah, I had another rough night's sleep, it's okay, I'll get through it, okay? And then adjusting, really taking into heart what are those things you can do. So one of the specific therapy treatments that's out there, they've done a ton of research, and I got another slide that talks about some of that stuff, is called cognitive behavioral therapy. And whether you seek out a therapist, counselor person that might walk you through some of these strategies, I'm going to talk about some practical stuff that you could just do laying awake in the middle of the night. And a few actually that kind of help me. So specifically how this therapy works, or why it works, is it addresses these three key areas: our feelings, our thoughts, and then what behaviors they lead to. And it's a cycle. And this is sleep, but it's also any time of the day. So for instance, let's say you wake up and you say to yourself, I'm awake again, right? I am never going to fall asleep. This is so frustrating. The feelings start to happen, right? You get nervous. Oh my God, I got a big day tomorrow. What am I doing awake again, right? And then you maybe get a little angry. Oh, this sucks, right up. Sorry for my language if that's not a word you like. But the reality is sometimes you get a little pissed off in the middle of the night if you're awake again. And then there's dread. God, I'm never going to fall asleep. I'm going to feel like horrible tomorrow. So all these feelings start coming along with the thoughts. And then you go to the behaviors, okay? Usually if you're in that negative cycle, the behavior is probably not that great. You're going to grab your phone, you're going to watch TV, you're going to go eat ice cream, right? And I've actually seen people where they can totally start to reward themselves for not sleeping at night. I've had folks say, hey, I don't know what we were talking about, weight loss or gain or something like that, and they were like, oh, I eat ice cream. Oh, yeah, I eat it at 2 in the morning when I can't sleep. I'm like, well, do you like ice cream? Yeah. Well, you're giving your body a reward. Hey, let's wake up, it's ice cream time, let's go. Right? So you can actually turn things completely around in the negative way if you sort of feed into it. So that's the basis of this type of therapy. Again, it works in lots of different scenarios for people with Parkinson's. So finding someone that uses those techniques in therapy or counseling can be quite helpful to sort of break the chain, if you will. This just talks a little bit more about why this is such a big need for this specific type of counseling and therapy. 98% of people with Parkinson's will report that they struggle with sleep. Again, different studies that are going on, I probably won't spend too much time on this, but knowing that this is not just something that's popped out of nowhere, it's been well researched and looked at to really help people, not only with sleep concerns, but with a lot of the anxiety, negative thinking that can come with living with Parkinson's disease. So, different cognitive strategies. So whether you seek therapy, that might be something that you need to look at, but there's also just stuff that you could try on your own. And so I wanted to go through a few of those. I use both of these 2 points often, okay? First one is distracting your mind. Most of us will wake up and we sometimes, because it depends how I always say it depends on you're wired. I am wired to worry. Just ask my mom, I got it from her, okay? And there's a lot of us out there. I think a lot of the ladies sometimes might be wired to worry a little bit more. There's plenty of guys that worry too. But when you wake up, if your mind is running, what did I do today? There's different ways you can try to distract yourself. So one of the examples is called mental lists. So one of the strategies that I use is I take the alphabet, we all know it quite well, and I pick one thing from each letter of the alphabet that I'm grateful for. Okay? A is always Andrew, which is my son's name. Okay? C is usually coffee. And then I go on and go forth. Usually I can come up with a couple different things at each letter. I will tell you, by the time I get to N or so, I'm out. If you can keep yourself focused on these things, it's a way to lull yourself to sleep. Simple way, you don't need technology or anything else, you could just lay there, and usually it helps to fall asleep that way. Okay? Another one is different imagery. So picturing yourself somewhere else that's peaceful. I'm going to talk about some relaxation strategies a little bit later, and so oftentimes combining breathing and imagery. I use imagery a lot when I go to the dentist office. I hope there's no dentists in here. Not a fan. Okay, and so I tell my hygienist not to talk to me because I can't stand when they talk to you and you can't really talk back, like you're and so I say, I'm good not to chat. I'm going to picture myself somewhere else. And then I find a peaceful spot that I've been to, and I picture myself there instead of in that dental chair. So, so different things. Some people will count backwards, count forwards, count by threes, count by fives. You can pretend you're taking a cognitive test, whatever works for you. I think Series 7s is a standard cognitive test. You could push yourself to do Series 7s. Just something to distract your mind from that thing. Another thing that commonly works, and I have a small notebook by in my bedside table, is to write things down. So the board that put this on, I'm sure many of them were quite nervous. You have 300 people here. This is an amazing crowd turnout. Give yourself a pat on the back for the amount of people that showed up today to learn more about Parkinson's. But I'm sure some of the board members were a little anxious about it, right? Big event like this, you're planning it out. You're running through all those things going through your mind. I do it like when I'm planning a party at my house. Our extended families are quite large, or our immediate families, are large. We have 20 plus people in each immediate family. So if I'm ever bringing all of them together, like my son's, baptism or graduations or things like that, it's a lot. So, so I write things down. Oh, I didn't do that. If I write it down, I tell myself I did it, I put it back in my drawer. It's a great strategy for how to get that brain to shut off and think about something else, okay? Simple enough, again, not a lot of technology or anything is needed. One of the key things with some of this stuff, and I'll talk about later, is to really make sure you're not waking yourself up completely and just letting it go at that point. Just to get a little bit more, again, looking at cognitive behavioral therapy strategies, a lot of it we focus on is challenging that negative worry. So these are some key questions you can ask yourself. Again, if the mind's racing, you're thinking of things, especially if you're on that path of, I'm never going to fall asleep again, and I'm so frustrated that I'm here. So what are the facts that I know for sure? Yes, I'm awake, but I know I'm going to fall asleep eventually. Most people are not awake at 2 and then never fall back asleep. Okay, most are able eventually to get back to sleep, hopefully. And so questioning the facts and then questioning the likelihood that it will happen again, and it may, but I can work through this. It's like boosting yourself up, kind of these mental thoughts you can sort of ask yourself, okay? And then what's the biggest thing if it doesn't happen? Well, you might need to take a nap the next day, okay? The next day might be a little rougher than you really had hoped, but still you're going to get through this. And so it's a way to kind of take those negative thoughts and sort of start to turn them around into saying, I can make this through this. And I've met a lot of people with Parkinson's, and many of you are very adaptable, so this might be something that I don't really worry about this. But for some, this is a huge issue of that negative cycle that happens, particularly at nighttime. Okay. A couple other things that I wanted to touch on are just relaxation strategies. We know that these can be helpful anytime for people with Parkinson's. Our center promotes both yoga, tai chi. We do a mindfulness program, so we're very much in tune that the way we think about things will influence symptoms and your progression with the disease course. So specifically when we look at relaxation, we think about breathing. I mentioned and there's another, I mentioned the imagery and thinking about it, kind of picturing yourself somewhere. If you can do that with the deep, deep breaths. So I personally do yoga. There's a breath where you take it in and you fully expand your stomach, and then you have to push all the air out. And my instructor's always like, make sure you get all the tippy bottom air out of the belly as you're blowing out. Okay, so that full deep, deep breath to help with it. Again, doing that alongside some of the cognitive stuff is quite helpful. There's different things where you're tensing and relaxing muscles, some body scans. A lot of these can be learned, again, if you decide that this is problematic and you think seeking counseling and help, like from a therapist, might be useful. A lot of times they can practice these strategies with you while you're in the clinic or the center with them, and then you go home and practice them on your own. And we always encourage at our center to make sure people are practicing these even during the day and when you don't need them. So your body knows when you try this, hey, I remember doing that. I like the way I feel, so I'm going to kick in and feel calm in the midst of this. Doing these kind of strategies in the middle of a panic attack, not going to help you, right? So like you need to kind of practice ahead of time. There are some things on technology. I kind of sort of tell people to stay away from it, not worry about it because it can stress people out more. But for some, that can be quite helpful. There's some different apps out there. Calm is a quite popular one. Headspace or Insight Timer. A lot of them are about breathing and taking, they have peaceful music and things like that. Others will look at just having peaceful music. So sensory engagement is kind of peaceful music. One of the big things in studies they show is to not necessarily turn the TV on, because the TV pulls in multiple of our senses. Even though I know what you're all saying, I fall asleep in front of the TV all the time. It is different. So if you can find something sensory-wise that only picks one of your senses. So for instance, listening to the radio brings in just one sense to hearing. You're not necessarily seeing anything, right? Reading a book brings in just one sense. Following me? Like it makes sense? Versus the TV, again, your multiple senses, okay, and the light, and lots of different things. So that's why we're kind of anti-TV use, but during that awake time at night. Stimulus control, there's the definition is right there. It's basically looking at the environment around you, making sure the bed is only used for two things, right? Sleep and sex. And really focused on making that space just for that and not for just hanging out. And the reason, again, is because your body then gets used to it. I'm in my bed, I sleep here, I have sex here, maybe. But again, we're focused on sleep, so we'll stick with that. So, just controlling that environment is helpful. So some other tips here, just to lie down when you're tired is another thing. We do recommend routines, and I'm going to talk about routines later, but if you not necessarily are all pumped up from whatever reason, let's say you just got done exercising, most of us are extremely tired after exercising, though we could sleep, your serotonin and everything's pumped up, so you're not going to be able to fall asleep right away. So don't push yourself to do that. Wait till you are kind of tired. If you've been laying there, they say about 15 minutes or so awake, sometimes getting up and just moving around can actually be quite helpful. I mentioned I'm a fan of yoga. I get up and do some yoga stretches to stretch myself out a little bit. I have lots of patients with Parkinson's that do the same thing, because if things are tightening up for them, getting up and just stretching out can be really helpful. Or maybe even from the bed to, if getting up is too much. But just different things like that can be helpful, instead of just laying there kind of in agony of pain and feeling tight. And then as you work through these, paying attention, like I'm yawning, I'm getting tired, I should then head back to sleep. So now I'm going to focus on the environment. So these are some things to kind of look at. What are the factors in helping you be as healthy as you can with your environment? We are big at our center in promoting therapy and other things, strategies, not just medicine. So this is a little plug for occupational therapy. Physical therapy can as well help with kind of bed mobility and looking at adaptations, but I think OT takes on more of like things that might help you to adjust to the environment. So working on what kind of body mechanics to get in and out of the bed can be quite helpful. That's a picture of a bed rail. If it's just hard to get up and out of the bed, that can be helpful. Here's a whole list of things that you can think about that might make life easier. Sometimes changing the bed, looking at the mattress, or a twin bed can be helpful for people. I know if you're in a relationship, that's a little tricky. My in-laws had 2 twin beds for a long, long time. It worked for them. Others find that they need to be in separate rooms, and that's a relatively common, maybe more common than people realize. I'll show you a picture of what a bed cradle is, but there's just different ways to kind of find so you're not caught in the sheets, which can happen. Looking at firm mattresses, There is, again, the bed cane, bed pole for how you position yourself and get up in and out of bed. Different lights in the room can be quite helpful, or regulating the temperature or even the sound in the room can be helpful. And so I have a few pictures here that kind of walk us through it. For some people, the wedge pillows and ways to prop themselves up can actually help better, help breathing better as well. So there's a thing called a short sheet that you can use. So some people, again, complain of not being able to move well in bed. They feel like they're real stiff and they can't just shift over. So you can get these satin draw sheets, or frankly, you can make them yourself. I used to say you could go to Joan Fabrics, but that's changing. But you can get like a silk satin sheet that covered on your bed from about your thigh, knee, all the way up to like your chest area. And it just you could stretch it across your bed and then tuck it underneath. Now your partner has to deal with it too, but frankly, it might help them. So then when you're sliding, it's a little slipperier fabric, so you can move a little easier in bed. Simple enough. Again, they sell them. You could buy them. But I think a lot of folks that I work with, they just make their own. And so you don't want it. Now, people will ask me, what about silk bed sheets? Then you'll have no grip. So if you're trying to use your foot to like leverage you or move around, there's nothing that's just going to slide. And so not a big fan of silk sheets. Silk pajama bottoms or tops can be helpful, again, if the moving around is the tricky spot. Pretty simple to get to. There's your foot cane or footrest thing, and what it does, you stick it under your bed. Now, they're just showing that your feet are there. You'd flip it over and your feet aren't there, but it's keeping the blanket away from you so you're not getting all caught up in it, is the key there. And then that is a picture of a no-spill urinal. Again, I mentioned that a lot of people are up to go to the bathroom. I've known people that are up to go to the bathroom like 5 or 6 times in the night, which is a lot. And so if it saved you from having to get up and walk all the way down the hall to the bathroom and potentially falling or the danger of that, then sometimes people will think about bedside commodes or these no-spill urinals. And I've seen them work. We teach a class on bladder management, and we have one of these in the clinic. So the OT always pours liquid in and then like shakes it, and it's not coming out. So I think it works. Other things to think about are lights and the environment. Again, if you are doing that long walk down the hall, if it's dark and you just don't see something or you miss a step, it can be dangerous potentially. And so I actually installed these. My parents are in their 80s, and so I have installed some of these easy enough into their house. I mean, the plug-in ones are super easy, but you can buy other things. So that picture down towards the bottom, those little silver things are what those lights look like, and then there's a picture of them used along the staircase. Okay, the underneath bed one, that's on like a monitor or a stimulus in which the person would step out of bed and the light would come on. And so just different ways. I get it if you're the partner in the bed, you may don't want the whole light coming on. So sometimes these more subtle lights can be quite helpful. Okay, last topic I want to just touch on is routines and looking at things. How active are you during the day and how predictable are you with these things? Trying to get up at the same time every day, go to bed at the same time, starting to develop these routines. We know that folks will want to think about napping because fatigue is quite common in Parkinson's, and I have some stuff on that too, as well as anxiety. So sleep hygiene, again, a term that's often used to describe what are the behaviors around your sleeping. So these are kind of things like looking at what's the environment like. I like this term of you find your Goldilocks environment. Right? It's not too hot, not too cold, not too light, not too dark. Everyone will have something that helps them be more comfortable at bed. Key thing, going to bed when you're full, like don't go to bed hungry. Then that 2 o'clock ice cream bowl will actually, because you're hungry, so making sure you have something to go to bed. Some people will take food with their pills, to make sure their stomach has something in it if they took a bedtime dose of pills. And then this idea of exercise, don't do it right before you go to bed because it activates you more. So it's about 3 hours is kind of what research tells us. Looking and limiting naps, that's another key one. A lot of people will find that they nap a fair amount during the day. And as much as I can appreciate that your body is tired, especially if you've been active or worn down, Parkinson's can take its toll on you. Napping is something we want to watch how long you're doing it and how often. So the general gist of a nap, 30 to 45 minutes is kind of the limit. Beyond that, you're going to get to the deep, deep sleep, and then when you wake up, you won't feel refreshed. Instead, you'll actually feel more tired. And I'm sure you've experienced this. If you ever kind of let yourself nap and it goes a little long, you wake up kind of groggy. That's not a great feeling and great spot. So if you can limit when you nap, or how much time you nap, and even where you nap, not sometimes just a nap in the recliner is almost better than the bed. Okay. So just to highlight, fatigue is part of the journey for some people with Parkinson's. We recommend that you keep track of the fatigue. It can be linked to medication cycles. So sometimes if meds are spread way too far apart and you're hitting that fatigue and that off state, that can make a difference. And so if fatigue is part of your issue, we also want to look at what kind of activities you're doing around that. It seems counterintuitive, but exercise and staying active are actually helpful for dealing with fatigue. And so napping and just not being active make fatigue worse, which is what you want to do usually if you're fatigued. So it doesn't always make sense to people, but it's the truth, and kind of lots of data around that. But recognizing you may need to budget your energy. So listening to your body can be very helpful. Like I said, we're not opposed to naps and things like that, but recognizing instead that resting and being peaceful, reading a book, doing something that just calms you is another way to not necessarily nap, but just allow yourself to kind of be in the moment and just relax is probably the better route to go than take that full-blown nap if you can prevent yourself. This is a lot about how others can help you as well, making sure that if fatigue again is an issue, energy is an issue, that you're asking folks for help and getting support when you need it. And then there's some things about napping. Again, timing of napping is important too. Okay, mentioned exercise, and you can't get too far in a Parkinson's conference where you don't hear about exercise, right? So looking at ways to exercise regularly, and then finding a variety in how you exercise. If you ask one of our PTs, we have 6 of them at our center, if you ask them what kind of exercise is ideal for Parkinson's, most of them will just tell you something that you will do, right? If you box, you box. If you dance, you bike, whatever it might be, but you find something that you'll do, and that's probably your best exercise. Ultimately, the goal is about 2.5 hours per week of exercise. And so finding ways to space that out, you probably don't want to do 2.5 hours one day. So, finding ways to kind of do it in smaller chunks. Term our PTs like to use called snacking on exercise. So instead of I have to go for this, 1 hour walk, maybe you do a couple 15-minute walks as a way to kind of pace out what you're doing. And then kind of looking at varying what you're doing. Based on a 13-year study, the Parkinson's Foundation came up with this standard, and I hope that you've seen this before. It's a readily available handout that they have, looking at how to vary the type of exercise that you do. So certain number of days of aerobic exercise, but remembering strength is just as important as is balance and stretching. And so if you're not doing a variety of this, they really would like you to kind of shift into one, because some people, I just walk. Well, have you done any strengthening? Having strong arms and legs can be quite helpful in function, particularly as the disease progresses. So staying strong is quite helpful. Okay? Again, this handout is fairly readily available from the foundation. I know you can download it. Okay, a couple other things then that we know that are part of Parkinson's is a term we call apathy. It's basically just lack of motivation. So sometimes that can be part of struggling with a routine where you are just not real motivated to do anything. And so you just kind of want to sit. And so if this is an issue, you got to find a way to challenge it. And there's different strategies for how one might do that. A lot of it will involve what I call external motivation. So your internal drive is not there anymore. It's harder to get engaged. So what are some external things that can help you? And so it may be that that's family. It may be that that is or friends, family and friends, or a fellow person with Parkinson's that is going to pick you up to go to the exercise class and you go together. You know, different ways of feeling like you can be empowered to still get things done. So specifically, we look at what's your daily schedule. And this one I talk a lot with patients is 3 things every day. 1, physical activity. 2, something social to connect you with other people, okay? And then 3, something that helps bring you joy and helps you feel good about yourself. So maybe it's volunteering, maybe it's chatting with your adult daughter on the phone, maybe it's meeting a friend for a cup of coffee, reading a good book, journaling. I mean, it doesn't have to always be with, with someone else, but finding little things or big things that bring you joy. So those 3 things every day will help you to get your routine on, help you deal with your mood changes that might be very present and very real, and ultimately will help you get to sleep a little bit better because it will get you a little bit more active. This just talks about different ways to deal with apathy, like setting goals for yourself and kind of helping and some rewards to make sure you're keeping as active as you need to be. And again, with that goal of the more active you are, the better your sleep will be. Some other things that we know, different studies will look at natural light being very helpful. So getting outside. We're pretty blessed. I'm from Minnesota, but we're pretty blessed. South Dakota, beautiful state. You got a lot of great things out here. So taking advantage of getting outside. And most of us are pretty hardy, so even in the winter, we usually find ways to get out, at least enjoy a little bit of sunshine. What's that saying? It's all about the clothing you wear. It's not about the weather or something. Regular meal times, there's a couple different studies looking at the idea of having those regular meals. This is a picture of social. A lot of us socialize around food, which I know certainly can have some challenges with Parkinson's and medicines and stuff like that. But finding ways of connecting with other people and helping with that regular meals is thought to be very helpful. Okay, so just my summary. It's certainly important to understand concerns and symptoms that impact your sleep. So again, if you have these concerns, involve your people. Talk with your doctor. Make sure they're fully aware of, hey, about 2 or 3 times a week, I'm just not sleeping well, and I'm thrashing or I'm just awake. Is there anything that can be done? Okay, my bladder is a huge issue. Is anything that can be done there? So involving the doctor, looking. Are there the rehab team? So PT, OT, what can they do to help you stay as active as you can, but also make adjustments in your home? Mental health providers, looking at folks that can walk you through counseling and knowing how do you squelch some of those anxiety thoughts that might be happening. And then the environment and just what I do during the day. Can those be adjusted? Is there any small changes that can be made? And then I'm a big quote person, so it's not selfish to love yourself. So take care of yourself to make your happiness a priority because it's just necessary. Okay, so thank you for having me. Glad you're all here today. I am done. Are we doing questions? Is that why you guys are standing at mics? Okay, I will take a few. If there's any questions, I'm certainly open to them.
How do you turn it on?
Hello?
I think you got it on.
Any questions?
Is there a connection between Parkinson's and No, I forgot what I was going to say. And I'm not,
So Parkinson's and some sort of other health condition, or? Was it sleep apnea? Yeah, it could be.
no.
Come back to you.
Okay.
Anyone else?
What was that? On the slide, what was that about?
But she wants to know the scan about the slide about body scanning.
So body scanning is a technique you can do to kind of bring awareness to how you're feeling. And so different strategies around body scans, but it's kind of one you can do where you're sort of picturing peace go over, like I feel peaceful in my head, I feel peaceful, relaxation in my cheeks. There's different body scans that way. And so it's more of a mental strategy versus like a scan, like a machine scan, so it's confusing, but just different, an approach to how you might kind of feel relaxation within your body. Probably something that you would want to, you'd meet with a therapist, a counselor who would train you in a technique like that. But it also use, like my yoga instructor uses it at the end of our classes, you know, so it's used that way as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have a question over here.
Yep. Oh.
You mentioned breathing. Breathing can help sleep apnea. What tools or techniques can you recommend to increase lung capacity?
Oh. So now we're getting it. I should have mentioned our speech pathology colleagues, because they actually work with lung capacity and different strategies. I was getting at breathing as more of a de-stress type activity, a little less on the lung capacity, but I think certainly if people are having issues there, again, maybe sleep apnea, but certainly more along the lines of stiffness and problems with their diaphragm, which can happen in Parkinson's disease. Our speech pathologists teach people all the time about lung capacity. I have the privilege of working with music therapy. She also talks a lot about lung capacity and deep breathing. Not sure if I think there's resources here in the South Dakota area of different choirs and use of music and all the training that goes in for vocalists too. I don't know if that completely answered your question, but okay.
We have one here.
You didn't talk much about blue light and how that can affect sleep.
Yeah, they're still doing studies on light around, so certainly blue light is something that comes off from our phones, and it's and the TVs and other technology, so that's why staying away from that stuff. So, you know, a lot of, I have teenagers, so they actually wear blue light glasses all day because they're on their computers for that's how we do school these days. So yes, limiting screen time is a big deal to help with sleep. I thought you were going to get at light therapy. Light therapy is another treatment that can be used to help with sleep, but studies are a little short on that. But yes, so limiting screen time is that idea of limiting the blue light. Good point.
Okay, we have a question here.
I found that white noise helps me to fall asleep quicker at night.
Yep. What kind of white noise do you like? I don't see who's talking to me. But.
Floor fan.
Okay, yes. Fans, sound machines, all sorts of stuff that can help make that noise. I have teenagers, and we used white noise in their room when they were babies, and they still use it. Like, I think it's a comforting thing for them. It's making that Goldilocks, like what's ideal for you space. So certainly noise is one of those. Mm-hmm.
Has there been any recent studies done with medical marijuana?
No, not that I have not seen studies per se, but obviously it's available more and more. It's legalized in Minnesota. We sell all sorts of different products that have it. So our big thing is not necessarily medical marijuana, it's just the use in general. The line that our docs will often use with people is, you just need to know how it will influence you. It's kind of like we tell people with alcohol. Some people will say, well, if I have a glass of wine, I sleep better at night. Not necessarily, because of the sugars in wine particularly, but we know that some people would just be more impaired because of the use of marijuana, THC, that kind of thing. Some people will think that it helps them with their anxiety, and it might, but again, looking at, it's not something, it's tricky to control. That's part of it is, the manufacturers, they manufacture these different products. You don't know how much, what's real and what's filler. So there's still some limit on that. Our general theory at our center with our docs and the rest of us is that, again, figure out what if it helps you, but know that the negative effects can come with it too. And particularly marijuana is a depressant. And so it slows you down more. And I'm sorry, most people with Parkinson's are already kind of slowed. And we worry about balance, and we worry about further impairment. And so it tends not to be like a go-to, and none of our docs can legalize medical marijuana. Like, it's just not something that we tend to promote too much. Mm-hmm.
Okay, the question was about.
She's too embarrassed now.
Yes.
There's like 300 people in this room. Don't worry about it. I get it. Okay.
Parkinson's, sleep issues, and narcolepsy.
Oh, I did not see a lot about narcolepsy. Not saying it probably doesn't happen. Again, maybe it's just extreme insomnia, they might call it, but I have not specifically seen a lot on narcolepsy. We would probably just say it's like fatigue from Parkinson's. I mean, there'd be like ways to work around it.
We have one last question.
A lot of people do that.
One more.
One more question.
One more right here.
This is extremely helpful.
Good.
Are your slides on your website, or how do we get a hold of them?
That is a great technical question for the lovely board members. They are you can have them. I have no.
Yeah, we'll work on putting those on the website.
Perfect.
And making those available to everybody.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great audience. Thank you. I didn't see any nodding off, so good job. Be proud of yourselves. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Joan, for the wonderful presentation. I think we can all take something away from that. She talked about external motivators, and that's what I am. I'm an occupational therapist, so I'm an external motivator for people to exercise. My name is Liz Zemlicka. I am Director of Carrying Edge Therapy in Watertown, so north of here a little bit. I have been with the board now for about 2.5, 3 years, so they've invited me to take part in today, and very lucky to be here. So we will be taking a quick break here before our next speaker. Since I'm the external motivator and everyone's a little chilly, they are working on the heat, by the way, we're going to do a quick little exercise move, and then you guys can use the restroom. They're out the back corner, check out the vendors, and then be back by about 9:50. So if everyone wants to kind of scoot their chair out a little bit, if you gotta go, you can make a beeline. If not, you can hang out with me for 30 seconds. So scoot your chair out, sit on the very edge of your chair if you're wanting to participate. I want you to reach all the way down to the floor. Feel a nice stretch in your low back. You may never want it to hurt, but feel a good stretch. And then sit up really tall. Bring your shoulders back like you're super proud. Good morning, everyone. Let's do one more, all the way down. Go a little lower this time. And up even higher. Good. Okay, now we're gonna go, make sure you don't hit your neighbor. We're gonna reach down to one side. And then the other side. One more each way. And down. Okay, come back to the middle. Show me your best posture and take your shoulders and turn them all the way around. And the other way. One more each way. Go really far. All right, last one. We got to get your legs rolling before you walk out to the vendor tables. I want to see how high you can step. Bring your knee up all the way really, really tall. And down. And the other one. And down. Go even higher. Try to challenge your neighbor. Can you get higher than your neighbor? Last one. Very good. Now that's participation right there. I saw the bottom of a shoe. All right, very good. Thank you, guys. You are free to go. Go check out the vendors, get coffee, water. Be back by 9:50 for our next presentation.
gentle breeze. All the thoughts that I kept in are forced to be released. There is music on my skin. Most apparently unreal, like in a blind man's night, trying to hear what I feel. The sniper has my back, twisting amusement into sin. A sensual string becomes a drive. That wasn't music on my skin. Once in a while, I feel music on my skin. Once in a while, like a gentle breeze. Once in a while, all the things I kept in. Once in a while, they're forced to be released.
must be paradise. If this move is not a dance, then this groove must be gravity. If this is no miracle, then it must be destiny. As the world turns, I think that this story is not in our hands. Yeah. As the world turns, the book is written in the language we yet understand. Joke. Why is everybody crying? And if this is the truth, if it is the truth, I hope that everyone is lying, lying, lying. If love is the question, hate holds the answer. Truth beyond suggestion. To every music there's a dancer. As the world turns, I think that this story is not in our hands. Yeah. As the world turns, the book is written in the language we yet understanding.
I can taste your fear, the sticky strings you're hanging on. I see the fluke that brought you here. I saw your zombie veins, the caves you go astray. Dance attendance to your monkey friends, the shilly-shally on your way. You misery, the burning fire, the sunken valley you desire, but now you are.
Let's start moving back towards our table. We'll get started again in about 3 or 4 minutes.
Now you are a different girl, a something in your smile. Hiding your eyes, bye-bye explanations, bye-bye apologies, bye-bye save your hide, save your own hide. Save your own hide. I feel your aspirants. I can taste your fear. The sticky strings you're hanging on. I see the fluke that brought you here. You're missing the burning fire, the sunken love that you desire. But now you are a different girl. You change to a shining pearl. Maybe, baby, maybe you keep me waiting too long. Maybe, baby,
Can we have everybody start to find their seats so we can get on with the next speaker?
I think you're moving too slow. Because on my back door, they're used to waiting in a row. I never thought that I would be the one to make you cry, would be the one to pass you by.
Please take your seats. We're about ready to start the next speaker. My name is Alan Nord. I'm a primary care doctor in Rapid City, and I'm very proud to be one of the newest members of the Parkinson's Foundation Board. Join me in welcoming our next speaker, Dr. Andrew Ritter. He's a movement He is a movement disorder specialist at Avera McKennan here in Sioux Falls. He started in 2018. He's a graduate of the University of South Dakota School of Medicine, and then did a neurology residency and a movement disorder fellowship at the University of Michigan. He brings us expertise in the treatment of Parkinson's disease and also related diseases, and has done research in deep brain stimulation. So it's our honor to have him here today. His discussion will be recent advances in Parkinson's disease. Dr. Ritter.
see. Is this the cue slide? Oh, there we go. Oh, I think that's pretty loud. Hi, everybody, I'm Dr. Ritter. It's nice to see you all this morning. It's a beautiful morning to be here. And today we're going to talk about kind of an update on Parkinson's disease therapies, really more than Parkinson's disease itself, I suppose. And then we'll be taking some questions kind of at the end. This is probably not a complete overview of everything related to treatment in Parkinson's disease, but it's a good kind of broad one. So first, a little bit of an overview. So we'll talk about some new drugs available, new ways to get drugs, a little bit of a DBS update, and then kind of some future directions, what we're looking at for other therapies and disease progression prevention in the future. So I'm sure we've all heard of levodopa, carbidopa, Sinemet. It's also in Rytary, Stalevo. Levodopa is still the best option for most people. In Parkinson's disease, you don't make enough dopamine in a certain part of your brain, and you kind of use dopamine to calculate how much and how fast to move, kind of in a sense how much you want to move to get things done. So everything kind of slows down, and the tremor comes out because the movements are a little bit imbalanced. Carbidopa, levodopa, Sinemet, the levodopa becomes dopamine in the brain and basically replaces what you're not making. The levodopa, it's levodopa and not dopamine because it has to be levodopa to cross into the brain. There's a big barrier between your blood vessels and your brain, and the levodopa can cross that barrier where not a lot of other things can. The carbidopa basically helps it get there more efficiently. It prevents it from being broken down in your bloodstream and lets it be changed into dopamine in your brain. If it breaks down in your bloodstream and becomes dopamine in your bloodstream, it basically just makes you throw up. It's very, very nausea-inducing, and so the carbidopa helps out a lot with that. The movie Awakenings, Robin Williams, kind of 80s, great movie, but it was about levodopa, the development of giving people that had kind of infectious-related Parkinson's, like the last pandemic in 1919, caused a lot of encephalitis and swelling of the brain, and that caused some Parkinsonism, and he developed levodopa to help with that, and it woke people up who were very stiff before. So it helps the stiffness and slowness, it can help the gait sometimes, and it can help the tremor quite a bit too. Also, dopamine is involved in kind of mood too. Kind of when you win the lottery, if you do something really exciting, if you learn things, you kind of get a bit of a hit of dopamine in your brain. So it kind of makes you feel good. And so the dopamine from the medication also can kind of do that too. However, you can kind of cause some side effects as well. These are all basically dose-related side effects, meaning they happen when this is at like the peak dose in your body. And those are, if you've seen Michael J. Fox on TV at all in the last probably 5 or 6 years, he always kind of has these extra wiggly movements. Those are dyskinesias, and that's from kind of overloading dopamine cells a little bit. It can cause hallucinations. Sometimes it makes people sleepy. That nausea, even with the carbidopa, can still sometimes be there. Also, it can lower your blood pressure a bit. And usually that's great, but if it makes you lightheaded, we have to be a little more careful. And again, most of those side effects are related to kind of the peak dose, the peak bloodstream level of that medication. And when you take the pills, they kind of kick in and they wear off. There's this kind of up and down thing going on. And so smoothing that out is helpful for the symptom control. So that's the levodopa, I guess. So I'm going to start with the kind of new therapies, talking still about levodopa, one of the oldest therapies, because there's new ways to get it now. You take it by pill, it kicks in after somewhere between 15 minutes and an hour. It peaks after about an hour, 2 hours, and then starts to wear off. Because you take the pill at one specific time. If we can do it more continuously, it can get rid of those big fluctuations, get rid of some of the side effects of levodopa, and prevent some of the drop-offs. Because when it gets broken down, you don't have enough dopamine, all of a sudden the stiffness and the slowness comes back, the tremor comes back. Some of the mood can drop too. So if we get rid of those peaks and troughs, it can be quite helpful. So there are 2 pumps available, both by AbbVie. The newest one is called, I think they call it Vylev. It looks like Vyalev to me, but I think they call it Vylev. It's a phos-carbidopa, phos-levodopa. So they tweaked the medication a little bit because this one goes into your skin. So it doesn't go through your GI tract, your stomach or your intestine at all. It's just infused underneath your skin. I kind of compare it to a kind of an insulin pump almost. It's a little tiny pinprick of a thing, and there's that little sticker that you see there. Let's see, that little sticker that you see there has a tiny little plastic needle, and it goes into your skin. It gives you a constant rate of levodopa all day long. It doesn't go up and down. You can actually wear it overnight too. It's brand new. It's a little hard to get it covered right now, but I think it can be very, very helpful. You don't have to take pills. You don't have to watch the timing of the pills. So that's the brand new one. It is technically available, although somewhat difficult to acquire at the moment. That probably will change in the next 6 months. The other pump that is currently available and easier to get is called Duopa. It's just carbidopa levodopa, and it goes into your intestine. So they poke a hole through your stomach, put this tube that kind of goes into your intestine, and this little device here is a pump. This stuff down at the bottom, that's the medication, and the top of it is a little pump that kind of pushes it in through that tube into your stomach. The levodopa, even when you take it by mouth, actually gets absorbed past your stomach, kind of down in this first part of the intestine, and the tube goes right there, basically. So it puts the levodopa right where it needs to be, and is much less affected by food and GI motility. Because in Parkinson's, everything slows down, including how fast your stomach moves food through. There are times in Parkinson's where the pills kind of almost get stuck in your stomach. They don't move into the intestine where they need to get absorbed, and this pump kind of moves it past that. So again, it gives you a much smoother dose of levodopa for the course of the day. It does involve a hole in your stomach, and you have to take care of that a little more. But you can unhook the pump, you can go swimming with it, kind of cover it up. And these tubes are very common. Any GI doctor or a general surgeon can do them. I don't know, it takes 20, 30 minutes probably to do the procedure. And again, it's similar to that first pump in that it's a nice smooth dose. But there's just the downside of the incision. And so this is kind of, again, the goal of it. So again, this is your off times where the pills aren't quite working well enough. This middle area is your kind of on times, your good times, and the top part is when you have dyskinesias, or sometimes if you get lightheaded or have hallucinations, it can kind of happen in that time. And this graph, probably this little gray area of on time should be much wider here, especially early on in the disease. Your on times can be a lot better than that. But as the disease progresses, sometimes you break down the levodopa, not necessarily more efficiently, but you don't make as much of yourself, and so you need more pills to get it into that range of on times, and so it fluctuates more. And so things like these pumps can kind of smooth it out more like this. It's still, it's not perfectly smooth, but it's a lot smoother. So it kind of stays in that on time a lot more easily. So the negatives, obviously these pumps are something you have to kind of do something with. They are outside of your body. People kind of wear like a fanny pack, or there's like certain types of vests you can put them in. They're more expensive than levodopa. Cinemet's been around since the 60s. It's dirt cheap. And it doesn't have any more effect, more positive effect than the carbidopa levodopa. It just smooths out that effect. So you're not having the ups and downs, you're just having kind of the better good times. But if the medication, carbidopa levodopa, doesn't help things, sometimes it doesn't help the tremor, sometimes it doesn't help the gait, these won't do that either. They just can kind of help prevent some of the side effects. And then there is a new version of carbidopa-levodopa 2. So that there's the regular Sinemet, there's Sinemet ER or CR, continuous release, that lasts a little bit longer. There's medications like Rytari, which are the combination of a long and short-acting Sinemet, or carbidopa-levodopa. That acts a little bit longer yet. There's Stalevo, which has another medication in it called entacapone that helps prevent the breakdown of levodopa, helps smooth it out. And now there's this new one called Crexont, which is kind of a specially made pill with a lot of different coverings on it, which you'll see here in a second, that helps it last even longer. So this is a chart actually comparing regular levodopa, the IR-CL or CD/LD at the gray chart there at the bottom. Let me see. That's regular Sinemet, this is Rytari, and this is that Crexont. This is probably from the Crexont website, but and so they do last longer. This is time in hours here at the bottom, so the peak and trough drops off quite a bit with regular levodopa after 3.5, 4 hours on average. Again, some people's lasts a lot longer than that, some people's it's shorter than that. And then the Rytari and Crexont last longer. However, you see the dosing here. This is 168 milligrams of levodopa. That's about a pill and a half of Sinemet. This is 540 milligrams of levodopa. So a lot more. And so really, when you move from regular Sinemet to Rytari, the milligrams of levodopa goes up by like 60 or 70%. It's quite a bit more levodopa, actually. It's not quite as strong in that sense. But we can usually kind of get the equivalent dose, but it is not a one-to-one thing if you're changing. And then Crexont is about similar to Rytari, and it does act a little bit longer, and it has a higher peak, basically because of how the pill is structured, and I'll show you that too. So again, that's a similar idea, but that's also now including the other types of Sinemet. And then this is kind of what the pill doesn't look like this. The pill is filled with these little balls that look like that. So they're kind of covered with kind of a delayed release technology. So the pills can kind of kick in like these little circle things can kind of kick in individually over time. And that's why it kind of lasts longer. Now, in my clinical experience, the difference between at least Rytari and carbidopa and regular Sinemet isn't dramatic for most people. People still need the pills 3 or 4, sometimes even more than that, times a day. But sometimes it can help smooth things out. So if there's a lot of fluctuations, we do try these things. I have not used Crexont yet because it's new and kind of expensive. And the curves are better than the Rytari, but again, it's kind of a cost-benefit thing because, again, Sinemet is a couple of bucks a month, and these are several hundred sometimes. So other things that make levodopa last longer, I'd mentioned entacapone. So that is the one that's in Stalevo. It's also called Comtan. You can get it by itself. It helps stop some of this breakdown so the dopamine doesn't go this way and not work anymore. So that when the dopamine crosses, or the L-dopa crosses your blood-brain barrier, it becomes dopamine, but it can also become this other molecule that doesn't have any dopamine effects. And so the COMT, these entacapone and opicapone, help it not become that. So it makes it last longer, kind of makes the levodopa more effective in that sense. Old medications like the rasagiline, selegiline, Azilect, there's another thing down here, this MAOI, that is another way that dopamine gets broken down, and so those things slow that down. Opicapone is newer than the other ones, but they're all in that same idea. And then there's another, now there's 3 pumps I'm going to talk about. This is called apomorphine, is a very strong dopamine agonist, and has nothing to do with morphine like the pain medication. It's not a pain medication at all. It's a pretty strong dopamine agonist, and they're different than dopamine, so dopamine, is these little dots here. It kind of pushes through. Dopamine agonists tickle these receptors differently and don't have the other effects of the dopamine. It's, again, a nice, smooth infusion and can have the same effects, can help the tremor and the stiffness and the slowness and the imbalance sometimes in Parkinson's disease. There's also an apomorphine, like dissolving patch. I don't know if they make these anymore, but Listerine used to have these little mouth patch things, and they make apomorphine like that too. You kind of put it in the roof of your mouth. You have to be a little careful because this one, like levodopa, can cause like a lot of nausea, and you have to balance it out. So it takes a little bit to get it going, but this is a brand new one too. I have not talked to those reps yet. The downside, so the upside of the dopamine agonists is usually they're smoother onset and offset. They don't cause dyskinesias. They don't overload your dopamine where other cells start to use the dopamine, which is what causes dyskinesia. They just affect the dopamine receptor. However, they can cause like sleep attacks where you fall asleep in your lunch type of a thing. Doesn't happen to everyone, but you have to be careful about that. They can cause kind of OCD types of symptoms. You get really involved in the hobby to the detriment of everything else. You gamble, that type of stuff. So you have to be careful with some of those kind of personality changes that you can see with it. And they can cause nausea too. And again, apomorphine is related to these medications: pramipexole, ropinirole, rotigotine, Mirapex, Requip, Nupro patch. So it's the same type of a medication. It's just a nice, smooth way to get it. Moving on to something completely different. So deep brain stimulation, that brain surgery we do with a little pacemaker device and these wires that go into a deep part of your brain, either the subthalamic nucleus or the globus pallidus interna, kind of depending on what your symptoms are. It's an electrical stimulator that puts out this nice pulse of electricity, and basically what we think it does is it makes your brain ignore the output of those parts of your brain. So there's this big circuit, I think I've shown this to some people before, this direct and indirect pathway where different parts of your brain talk to each other using dopamine signaling, and that is what kind of allows us to plan out our movements. And when it's abnormal, when you don't have enough dopamine, that's what makes it, that's what Parkinson's symptoms are from. And so the DBS kind of deletes one of those nuclei, and that helps the stiffness and slowness and tremor of Parkinson's quite a bit in certain people. It's very similar in efficacy to carbidopa, levodopa. Other than the tremor, it can help the tremor more than Sinemet can. But right now, what happens is we put the stimulator in the operating room, we test it while you're in the operating room, and then we'd have kind of a long programming session a bunch of times because your brain kind of acclimatizes to the stimulation, and we have to balance out your medications a bit too. New devices can listen to your brain now, and there's certain signals in those nuclei that we can hear, we can see. Oh, was that? Sorry, I don't know if that was me or not. Wake up, everybody. Yeah. There's certain signals in the in these nuclei that we can see that we know kind of correlate to when things are not going as well, when there's more slowness, or especially when there's more tremor. And the new DBS devices have the capability, although this isn't fully fleshed out yet, of responding to that, where it turns the stimulation down or off when you don't need it, when those signals or those tremors aren't there, and turns it back on when you do need it. And so it can do this, one, by listening to your brain, so there's certain kind of electrical potentials that we can see. And the other way it can do it is you can wear sort of like an Apple Watch type of a thing, where it can tell when you're starting to shake, and then the DBS can kind of kick in differently when you're doing that. So the whole purpose of that is it makes the programming a little more automatic, and saves the battery a bit too, because it's not on as strongly all the time. Because the battery, initially there's one-time use batteries. They last a few years depending on how much energy you put through them. So if we can turn them off sometimes, they last longer. You don't need another surgery in your chest to replace it. But it's kind of a nice way to move forward with the programming easier than having to come back in and see me every couple of weeks for a little while. This is the family on Easter. We got 6 kids. My Millie here is in Sound of Music at the Pavilion today at about 2 o'clock. I'm going to go there next. And Gideon is going to be 2 in July, and my oldest is 13 back here. So busy time at home. And so now we're going to talk a little bit about kind of the research that's going on right now, kind of clinical trials things that are happening that are at least relatively close to clinical experience. There's a lot of basic science research going on in Parkinson's too, but how relevant that is to people in the room it's probably not that relevant right now. So we're going to look at stuff that's kind of on the cutting edge that might be coming out fairly soon. And to do that, we do have to talk a little bit about what we think the cause of Parkinson's is, like what happens in Parkinson's, so we can adjust those things to help protect the brain, slow the disease process down. So Lewy bodies, there's Parkinson's disease and then there's Lewy body dementia, and they're not the same thing, but Lewy bodies are made up of this chemical called alpha-synuclein. I abbreviated alpha-syn in here a few times just to be aware of. And they are in your GI tract, they're in your nose, and they're in your brain. And there's kind of an imbalance between where they are, if it looks like Parkinson's disease, or if it starts to have some cognitive effects and hallucination effects that looks more like Lewy body disease. There's debate if they're really different things. It's just where these Lewy bodies are in your brain and your body that causes the disease to look different. There is kind of a body-first hypothesis in Parkinson's, and really more in general regular Parkinson's, and then there's a brain-first hypothesis more in Lewy body dementia, actually. This is getting tight. And so there's some thought that they actually start in your gut or in your nose and move into your brain. So stopping those Lewy bodies from progressing is one of the goals of these upcoming therapies. And this alpha-synuclein is what makes up Lewy bodies. The alpha-synuclein is actually used by your neurons to help regulate neurotransmission. They're those chemicals that spit out and cause nerve signaling. Alpha-synuclein is involved in that. So we can't just get rid of alpha-synuclein entirely. There's kind of good and bad versions of it. Misformed proteins is what causes the Lewy bodies to build up. So this alpha-synuclein folds the wrong way and then kind of clumps together, and then your body can't really get rid of it very well. And so this is kind of a diagram of that. So this alpha-synuclein clumps up, starts to cause problems, builds up in the cells, and it can be seen in anything that's kind of related to dopamine neurons, which not only is in your brain and your gut, but it's also like moles, melanins, the little dark spots on your skin. Those are related embryologically to dopamine neurons. So there are some alpha-synuclein inclusions in those too. Which is why, I don't know if there is a skin test now for alpha-synuclein to look to see if it's Parkinson's or not. But we don't use it that often because the clinical exam is still better than that. But, and so the therapies that we're going to talk about kind of target alpha-synuclein. Some of them are antibodies, where we give you an antibody that targets that bad protein aggregate. When they misfold and they build up, these antibodies can attack that, and then your body, using its own immune system, can target those antibodies and take them out of your brain. That's what we're doing in Alzheimer's disease right now. It's targeting a different protein, but those are available clinically right now. There's also ways that you can kind of induce your body to make antibodies, which is what vaccines do. So they kind of inject something that sort of looks like alpha-synuclein, it looks like Lewy bodies, and that makes your immune system aware of that being abnormal, and then it can attack it. And there's also ways that you can use small molecules to kind of block that aggregation of the protein. So the antibody effect here, so again, we inject the antibodies. The alpha-synuclein is this kind of red stuff here, and the antibodies attack that, and then these are the alpha-synuclein in your neurons. So the white blood cells in your bloodstream, that's the immune system. In your brain, it's kind of a little different. There's these things called microglia. They can move around in your brain and clean up stuff, and so they get targeted to take these antibodies out. This is a more detailed version of that. And it also, I want to show you that these alpha-synuclein inclusions can actually move from neuron to neuron. That's how they spread, we think. It's not like all these neurons are developing themselves. They actually spread between nerve cells. So there are a few early phase clinical trials, kind of phase 2. So they're determined that they're safe in healthy people, and then they started to give them to people that have Parkinson's to see if they're also safe in Parkinson's. And then phase 3 is the ones that we look at how efficacious it is. So they're moving between phase 2 and phase 3 for some of these. Vaccines, they're early enough that we're not 100% sure how well they get into the body. So normally, if there's a immune target that's inside of a cell, it's hard for other cells to see it. Those microglia, your white blood cells, can't look inside the neuron and see this protein. So that's one of the limitations of the vaccines, but they're still working on that. That's still a possibility. Let's go back here. This is one of the drugs that is an antibody to alpha-synuclein. That does, right now, in a kind of a phase 2.5 trial, show some slowing of disease progression. But they kind of showed that using basically those motor sensors, kind of the Apple Watch thing, to see how much you're moving, how bad the tremor is. It's a little bit weird way to target or to see efficacy, but it is promising. I think that's a good upcoming study. And I've been talking to those guys about bringing that here possibly if things align. One of the issues, though, is, I said that you need alpha-synuclein for nerve transmission, and so you can't get rid of all of it, so these have to target just the aggregate stuff, so they have to be kind of selective, and they don't want to cause more problems than they're worth. There was a paper, 2 years ago, I think now, so in some of these European countries where they have national health records, they can go through huge amounts of data and try to find patterns. And one of the patterns they found was that people that got a tetanus vaccine tended not to develop nearly the significant amount of Parkinson's in the next 5 years. And it's 10%. It's a big percent. So I think it saved about, I think it was 83% of people developing Parkinson's if you had a tetanus vaccine. And they also thought that it decreased disease progression a little bit too. There's not a good mechanistic understanding of why that happens. And the reason an adult would get a tetanus vaccine is because you stepped on a nail or got a dirty wound. Which usually means you're very active, you're exercising, you're hiking, you're working in construction sites. So people that are very active, people that exercise a lot, people that go hiking, they also develop Parkinson's less, and disease process is slowed. Like we've kind of said about exercise in general, it slows down the disease process, so that might be some of this effect actually. Not that a tetanus vaccine is bad for you. You need a tetanus vaccine if you get a dirty or infected wound. And then there's another way to target alpha-synuclein. So alpha-synuclein, again, it's a protein that your body makes, so there's a gene for it. And there are some genetic versions of Parkinson's that basically make you make a lot more alpha-synuclein. And so we can make selective gene kind of edits or targeting things to block production of alpha-synuclein. It's hard to block the production of that abnormal alpha-synuclein because that happens after this. And I just wanted to mention, this is called the dogma of biology. So you start with DNA, the stuff that's in your nucleus of your cells and gives you all of your genetic traits. DNA gets copied by this, it's called transcription. It makes RNA, and the RNA goes out into your cells and attaches to proteins, and the proteins create other proteins, the proteins that the genes encode for. These are called ribosomes. And so this mRNA, messenger RNA, does that to kind of get your genetic code into production. And so there's ways to block basically this step with other types of mRNAs, antisense oligonucleotides. And so they splice a gene and they inject it into you. Sometimes that's like a virus that they use to get the gene into your system. It's a safe virus. It just gets the gene in. It doesn't cause any disease. And then you can block the alpha-synuclein, and so you make less alpha-synuclein, less Parkinsonism. Again, this is very early clinical trials because these are in mice that we've created to have something that looks like Parkinson's. They don't have like naturally occurring Parkinson's disease. So it does help mice right now. And to kind of bring this around a little bit, there is some debate in the movement disorders societies whether alpha-synuclein, these Lewy bodies that we see in everybody that has Parkinson's, actually are the problem, or are your cells kind of compensating for a problem? So they're a sign of your cells fighting something off. So there's debate whether, again, like if we get rid of the alpha-synuclein, will that help things or not? Again, the alpha-synuclein is present in everybody that has Parkinson's disease. Genetic causes of Parkinson's have a lot to do with alpha-synuclein, and they can kind of transport between cells. If we inject alpha-synuclein into mice, they develop something that looks like Parkinson's. However, you actually lose a lot of dopamine cells. There's a lot of neurodegeneration that happens before we can detect alpha-synuclein. The cells that are alive in your brainstem have alpha-synuclein in them, have the Lewy bodies. They're still alive. They're not the ones that you've lost already. And again, alpha-synuclein is important for nerve control, so we need it. And there are also people that have alpha-synuclein, like Lewy bodies, all over their brain and don't have Parkinson's. So there's, again, a big debate, but that's why we're doing these clinical trials, to see if getting rid of alpha-synuclein will be helpful. But we don't 100% know that yet. And I guess the other issue here, so again, the alpha-synuclein helps regulate nerve transmission. And the cells that are involved in Parkinson's, in this basal ganglia, that help you plan out your movements, are really old. They're like evolutionarily, they're in like lamprey eels and things. And they're very, very active. They're super fast. They kind of, in a sense, burn out over time. And they're almost, they basically are designed to do that. If we all lived to like 150, our dopamine cells would burn out and everybody would look like they had Parkinson's by design. And so we're trying to kind of push that off with these disease therapies. And people with Parkinson's, that progression is much faster than in the normal population. So again, this is the kind of the crossover between Lewy bodies and cell loss, and they're not 100% crossed over. So there's people that develop Parkinson's that have the nerve loss and have Lewy bodies, and these are genes that are related to Parkinson's, kind of tweak your Parkinson's risk. So again, it's not certain that Lewy bodies cause Parkinson's. The other thing that's new and I get asked about a lot, kind of a different way around here, are stem cells. So the problem in Parkinson's, the cells that make dopamine have died, and so replacing those seems like a good idea. Stem cells that are undifferentiated and can become other cells, they have tried in many clinical trials, and they're still currently working on this, to either inject cells that are precursors to dopamine cells or cells that have become dopamine-producing cells already into your brainstem. The only way they can get into your brain is through an injection into your brain. You can't put them in your bloodstream and get them there. And there's multiple ways of doing that, multiple types of stem cells. These kind of mesenchymal stem cells are from a regular person. So you can get stem cells from your fat cells. They can create stem cells from them by kind of genetic modifications and chemical modifications, and then they can develop those into different types of cells. Those kind of become these induced pluripotent stem cells. And then there's embryonic stem cells, which are from fetal embryos, and they can become any type of cell in your body, although they are a different genetics than you, and so they're kind of, in a sense, like a transplant. So those ones you can become kind of immune to, and you can attack those with your immune system. So those aren't actually quite as good for this type of a therapy. There are a lot of clinical trials going on in this. There are ways to buy stem cell therapies. There's companies that do that kind of fat cell thing where they take your cells out, make them into stem cells, and give them back to you. They don't inject them into your brain. They do kind of reduce inflammation. They work for like knee surgery types of stuff. When they inject them into your knee, they can rebuild some cartilage. But again, they don't get into your brain. And they're not FDA approved to do anything, and the reason they're selling them to you directly without insurance coverage is because they're not found scientifically to help in Parkinson's anyway. And so there's this thing, clinicaltrials.gov. It's accessible to everybody. Any clinical trial that's going on gets registered through that. But as I was researching this stuff, I didn't know that the NIH doesn't actually check those things. So companies, like stem cell production companies, can put stuff on the NIH website there. So you have to be a little careful about that. So looking at clinical trials that are based in academic centers is kind of what you want to do. Because there are some stem cell kind of clinical trials that are private companies that aren't like actually going through the FDA processes. Again, this is kind of how the stem cells are made. You take those fibroblasts, kind of the fat cells, your skin cells, you make them into pluripotent stem cells, and you can induce them into making neurons, and then if you inject them into your brain, sometimes we have got them to make dopamine in your brain and have got them to survive. But not only do they have to make dopamine, they have to connect to the right other cells that need the dopamine, and that's the part we haven't quite figured out yet to replace. So that is still a work in progress. So I said that my daughter is in a musical at 2 o'clock. I'm in an opera at 7:30 tonight. The South Dakota Symphony Orchestra is putting on this this opera. Hasn't been produced since 1950. It's a book called Giants in the Earth. Have anybody read Giants in the Earth? It's Norwegian settlers coming here. They talk about going to Sioux Falls to mark their claim. It's a great book, and it's a short opera tonight. So I'll be doing that. Should be fun. If you want to come, I think there's tickets left. And I'm bringing that up because this next slide, so other ways of treating Parkinson's symptoms. It actually involve music. So your gait especially. So in Parkinson's, they have freezing, those little tiny steps sometimes, or kind of your rhythm of your walking gets broken up. And so they have tested kind of auditory feedback mechanisms where they kind of give you a beat to follow or even give you music to follow, and that can help even out your walking. So you kind of step on the beat. It's kind of that self-cued thing, which they do in like big and loud physical therapy too. They kind of give you those cues to step over stuff. And there's multiple ways to do that. You can't just have one cadence of walking all of the time. Sometimes you have to walk faster than others. Sometimes you have to take smaller steps. And so there's kind of AI tools now where you wear these little things on your ankle, and that kind of detects how fast you're trying to walk, and then it sort of produces some sound or some beats, maybe even selects certain music that you can walk to. Again, these are still kind of clinical trials, but those are all things that we can do now, and they do that in some therapy centers. I was looking up kind of music-related therapy stuff, and there is this thing called the vibroacoustic therapy. It's a big chair, big speakers in the chair, but they actually produce kind of subsonic vibrations. So we can hear down to like 20 hertz sometimes. It's a really low bass sound. These are slower than that, and there's some evidence that can help tremors. I don't know where you can get these off of Amazon. Again, there's hard to do a placebo-controlled clinical trial with these because you can feel these vibrations, so they're happening or not. So it's hard to say, we can't do a sham version of these things. But they're very safe, and they might be helpful. This is another thing that I thought was kind of interesting. Similar lines to that music therapy stuff. This is they call these HoloLenses, or HoloLenses, but there's Apple glasses. There's a lot of different versions of these. And in Big and Loud, they kind of tell you to step over a crack type of a thing. Well, this thing projects stuff to step on, stepping on tiles, and so it gives you that visual feedback. And I believe they can program it to walk around stuff. So you can kind of always either produce this in front of you on like looking on the floor, or I believe they could do that too, so because they can actually map out your house using these HoloLenses and kind of show you pathways to take. This is actually the map it makes, so it sees your furniture. And these little red spots are actually where people kind of had the freezing episode, so you can kind of help work through that. So these things are very safe, and they're, I think, can be quite helpful in the future, and I'm sure they don't have to be this big. So right now, what's available, the first part of the talk, these levodopa infusions, kind of extended release versions of levodopa, apomorphine infusions to help smooth out your dopamine kind of dose. And then the future directions, these kind of anti-alpha-synuclein things, stem cells, and then these assisted devices, again, they're not like prime time, you can't buy them on Amazon right now, but you probably will be able to soon. And I think that covers it. Here's an older picture of my family from last year, last time I got a haircut, probably. And now we'll kind of open it up for questions, if anybody has any. Okay.
Doctor, with regards to your what you gave and told us today, my question is, can you repeat that?
Okay, yes. Sorry, I talk a little fast sometimes. I think it's recorded. You can slow it down, too.
And I just wanted to tell everybody here that I have been on the pump, the Duo pump, for 30 days now. Prior to that, I was taking many of the carbidopa-levodopa. I was taking, at the end of my time before I got on this, 16 tablets a day, 3 tablets every 3 hours or whatever that comes out to. And since I have been on this program now, I'm carrying it with me, I have had not one downtime. The downtimes were killing me. They were just horrible. So if anybody has any questions, I'll be here and you can come and I can maybe ask just on the dumb patient side. I don't know all those big words, but thank you.
Where are you sitting at? Okay, right here in the middle. She'll be sitting for later. Larry, you have a question?
We have a question here first. I'm over here.
With the tetanus vaccine or whatever, do they recommend then if you have Parkinson's to get it more frequently than, or just the?
Not right now. That was kind of like this retrospective trial thing. They don't. I have not been recommending getting a tetanus vaccine prophylactically. It's helpful to prevent tetanus if you have those infections, and that's really important to do. But yeah, I don't think it's like.
Because I think they say every 7 to 10 years.
Yes, unless you like step on a nail.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank
So that's
you.
still the recommendation.
Thank you.
What kind of reduction have you seen on carbidopa, levodopa after DBS?
So it depends on where in the brain you're putting it. So if you're doing in the subthalamic nucleus, you can usually get rid of a fair bit of it. On average, 50% of people get rid of about 50% of their pills. Some people come off of them completely. Some people, it's hard to come off of them. In the other section of the brain, the globus pallidus interna, the DBS helps out a lot, smoothing things out. It can help with some of the extra wiggly dyskinesia stuff, but it's a little harder for people to come off or down even on their medications.
Does the pump, is that covered by insurance and/or Medicare?
So right now, Duopa is VILEV. I was just told this morning might be. It is. They haven't like fully created their requirements yet, Medicare, and then the insurance companies will follow what Medicare does. So the intestinal gel one is covered. There's certain criteria you have to meet about like off times and things. And I think in the next 6 months we'll know more about the VILEV.
So in lieu of the time release pill, if you took a half a pill more frequently than you take your 1.5, can you kind of get the same effect?
Yes. So that's the other. Like you can. I have people that take a half pill every couple hours to kind of smooth it out. You can dissolve Cinemet in something a little acidic, like orange juice, and just sort of like sip on that all day with a similar effect. It's a little harder to titrate because you don't know exactly how much is in there, but that is, it's safe and doable.
I've had a DBS for about 10 years now, Dr. Ritter. My question is, the one you talked about where you can wear a watch and maybe have it, can mine be traded out or no?
So do you have like a rechargeable? Yes, you can trade them out in certain situations. Those things aren't quite prime time yet, but we can update. Some of it is programming updates. Have you had the same chest device that whole time?
No, I had it changed to a rechargeable
Okay.
a while ago.
So some of the rechargeable ones technically have that capability right now, if we would adjust stuff the right way, and the company may put out some of those things. But I've also had people switch off of the rechargeable to do other updates sometimes.
Have you seen any legitimate research into methylene blue?
Oh, there we go. Not really, no. I mean, it's kind of an anti-inflammatory type of a thing, and those can be good. I mean, getting less inflammation is good, but I don't think it necessarily cleans up alpha-synuclein right now.
Is there anything out there that deals with non-movement issues of Parkinson's, such as GI and things like that, other than the typical GI treatments?
There's nothing like for constipation and things. And like GI motility, there's nothing like specific to Parkinson's, no. The dopamine, again, sometimes helps with that, sometimes does not. Sometimes the pills cause some constipation. But it's the stuff, I mean, seeing the GI doctors and kind of monitoring or using their medications, staying ahead of constipation, taking like Miralax kind of every day all the time, and staying ahead of it is helpful. But there isn't like Parkinson's GI medications, no.
Nothing that works on the vagus nerve?
What?
Nothing that works on the vagus nerve?
Well, the medications for the GI system too, they work on the vagus nerve. They potentiate some of those effects.
I'm not real familiar, but do they have a time release form of carbidopa?
Yeah, kind of. So there's the regular Cinemet, there's this Cinemet CR with like continuous release or extended release. They, again, on average, they work a little bit longer during your daytime. Although in my experience, they're also more affected by your diet. They're a little less like reliably 100 milligrams every time because, I mean, they take longer to kick in. And that's one of the reasons they last longer. So there are, and I do use them sometimes in specific situations. Sometimes the levodopa, like the regular Cinemet, causes too much nausea, and the CR versions, because they kick in a little slower, don't cause that as much. But the going dose for something like a Cinemet CR is still 2 or 3 times a day at the beginning.
Okay, we have one last question.
How do we get a copy of your slides?
I sent them in last night, so I think they'll be uploaded at some point to the website, I believe. And these are recorded talks, right?
Yes, and we'll help you get those uploaded to our website.
And I believe is it on YouTube, so you can turn down or up the speed depending on what you need.
Yes, that's true.
Otherwise, thank you very much. Thanks for having me.
Paul Maikon. Okay, I would like to please welcome Paul DeJong, whose 40-year journey took him from a garden center groundskeeper to co-owner of landscape garden centers in Sioux Falls. Despite facing major health challenges, including a Parkinson's diagnosis, Paul has remained an enthusiastic advocate and mentor. He was honored with the South Dakota Parkinson Foundation Friend Award in 2023 and inducted into the South Dakota Nursery and Landscape Association's Hall of Fame in 2024. Paul inspires others to find beauty in life's challenges and to appreciate the world around them. He is joined today by his speech therapist, Tina Jacobson, who is assisting him with his presentation and making sure he is speaking loud enough for all of us to hear. Thank you, Paul and Tina, for sharing your time and your story with us today. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, well, thank you. So I'd like to introduce my friend here, again, Paul DeJong. I've had the pleasure of getting to know Paul over the last several years. After he was diagnosed with Parkinson's disease, he came to our therapy clinic at Avera. So welcome, Paul. We're happy to have you here to share your story with us today.
Well, thanks, Tina. That's great. They're bragging me up earlier, but when Stephanie Myers initially asked me, she said they were looking for somebody tall, dark, and handsome. And then she came back a week later and said they were unable to find anybody like that, so then she asked me.
We got the right guy. Don't worry.
So here I am. Take me or leave me.
Very good. So we're looking at the title here. The title of your presentation today is Bloom Where You're Planted. So can you explain what that means to you, or how did you come up with that title?
Well, many years ago, I believe I was a teenager, my mom had a magnet on the fridge with a flower on it and said, "Bloom where you're planted." At that time, I gave it no thought like most teenagers. Then I seen it again in a situation. At that time, I was moving from my home into assisted living. And of course, wasn't in anybody's 20 or 30-year plan. So I was very early 60s, and I was in somewhere totally foreign. So then it came to my mind again as there's a lot of situations in life where you're not happy about, but you can either wither and be gone, or you can temporarily be transplanted somewhere and flourish while you're there, or you can make a lifetime legacy out of it. Mm-hmm. So that's been my motto, and I got to remind myself out of a lot, because I'm not trying to sound like some hero or superhuman being. I think that power exists in all of us. We choose where we're planted, and we do the best we can and flower the best we can under the situation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So now, can you tell us a little background on yourself? When you were diagnosed with Parkinson's disease, you know, when that was, I understand your father also had Parkinson's disease. Is that correct?
Yes, he did. And it was kind of, I remember when he had it, he got Lewy body dementia after that, so his quality of life was not fun to see the last few years of his life. So when I was diagnosed, I was terrified. Mm-hmm. And that doesn't, what the doctor did say, if you've seen one person with Parkinson's, you've seen one person, because everybody's trail is different. So mm-hmm. I've been involved with physical therapy and exercise since the onset. I've tried to adjust my lifestyle. So only God knows how fast mm-hmm. I'll progress, because we'll see, I don't know if those pictures are on the slide, like 4 years ago I was able to.
Yeah, so this is you and your dad, right?
That's me and my father. At that time, I believe he was nonverbal. Well, that's a very good picture of us. It brings back good memories. So,
Yep.
so that was probably about 10 years ago. He's been gone about 5 years now, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong, sis. And yeah, so it's about 5 years.
Okay. Okay. So let's go back to this slide here, Paul. So when you were diagnosed with Parkinson's, can you tell us a little bit, what was your mindset? I mean, on the screen, I know this is a quote that means a lot to you. Responsibility is the ability to choose our response to any circumstance or condition. So what does that mean to you? Can you explain that?
I always use that if somebody asks me to do something, if I'm able to do something, we always got to ask ourselves. The responsibility breaks into two words, and I never thought of it that way, but we got to assess what our ability is. And although I don't speak as well as I used to, and I don't move around as well as I used to, I still have some abilities. So then I decipher. Most times it'd be easier to say no. Like, there's no comfort in getting in front of hundreds of people, but always, what's my response going to be based on my ability? So I think it's easy to say no to things, but if the more times you can say yes and say yes, I can do it, the more it's going to keep your self-esteem and mental awareness up. So we got to continue to challenge ourselves. We can't use the excuse, well, I've lost this, I've lost that. I've gained a lot of things that I would never had if I wasn't diagnosed with some health issues. So sometimes we gotta be effective communicators to help touch, because if you can just touch one person a day, that adds up to be a lot of people over time.
Yes, very true.
So as you remember, responsibility is two words.
Yes. So let's move on to, let's talk about your family a little bit. Can you tell us a little bit about your family? I know you have 3 children. And here are some of we've got some pictures up here, some of your favorite adventures. Many of these adventures I see were with your kids, your family, and many of them were even after you were diagnosed with Parkinson's disease. And I know you still made a point to do what you could to enjoy, all those special times with your family, because you wanted to keep moving forward, right?
Yes, I did. And like I said, it was a big adjustment period. So it was a tough haul, but there's some.
What's that first picture there? That's one of your favorite places, you told me, on the far left.
Yeah, my 2 sons and I and my cousin and uncle went to Eureka, California, to the Redwood Forest. Unfortunately, my daughter wasn't along, much to her chagrin. But it was definitely one of the favorite places I've ever been. It's almost a spiritual experience, looking up and seeing. You can hardly see the sky, and it's like pin quiet. You don't even hear birds or breeze, so it's quite awe-inspiring. So we spent some good time. There's a picture of my daughter and I before she was going on an outing. So, and we spent a lot of time together. We spent a lot of time on the phone. So some of my favorite memories are, of course, my God coming first. My kids are second in my life.
And here's a picture of you've got 3 children, right? Some of them are here?
Yes, that's my daughter, Maddie, with me standing there with the life alert on. My youngest son, Alex, and his fiance, and my firstborn son, Tyler, with his wife, Jenny, and I love them all dearly, so I'm very proud of them.
Yep. So I think we got one more picture here, yep, of your family. So, speaking of family, Paul, how did they react to your Parkinson's diagnosis? Were they with you? It was probably a lot for them to take on as well.
Well, I think we had some discussion on it. A lot of them, I don't know if I did a great job with that, but a lot of them, they just had a process on their own. And that's one thing I noticed my wife and I were on the way back. You get diagnosed. This first Dr. Boyle from Avera said, I want you to go to either Iowa City or Rochester and have them diagnose a major medical. So they diagnosed it. And then all of a sudden you're on the way home and you say to yourself, I've got Parkinson's disease. So I was with my wife and we couldn't find any resources on it. And so it's almost like you're in this abyss where do I turn next? That's why I think it would be important to do a book or brochure on something like, I have Parkinson's disease, now what? Even title it that, because I think that would be very valuable. And then I got a hold of Stephanie Myers by chance. I thought it was counseling for, then she said I had to make a session. I didn't realize it was physical therapy, so she had me hooked for a while from that point, so she tricked me into it.
She is like a counselor.
Yes, but speaking of life, blessings in life, between Tina, Amanda, and Stephanie, they've become very important people in my life. I look forward to therapy with those three because therapists have a servant's heart. They're not in it for the money. I've never met anybody there that was not a people person. So high marks to Avera Therapy.
Thank you. We see some more pictures. We all know you have a love for the outdoors. You know, some fishing trips there. And that other one there is in California, correct?
Yes, that was when I'm trying to sound smart now, where two rivers meet, that's a confluence. And there was a confluence there with, it was one of the prettiest places I've ever seen at Pebble Beach. That water was crystal clear. There I am. I think my oldest son caught those two walleyes in the next picture, but I posed with him, so I got the credit. So they took care of the old man. And was several of my employees at Landscape Garden Center. That was a few years ago. And if you look at that picture closely, I was still kind of squared up, and I could walk without any aid. But you could see my hand was kind of stiff or turned directions. And that's one of the first.
So one of your first symptoms.
First symptoms that I seen.
Kind of noticed.
My feet were shuffling, and your arm swings leave, as a lot of you from here know.
Yes, yes. And I know with this photo that you've always had a passion for the outdoors and worked many years helping, build the city of Sioux Falls, right? Helping families, planting, picking out trees, landscaping. And you always said it was more than just the landscaping, right? Just more than trees.
It was more than that. It was about the people. And once I decided that I loved trees and plants and it was more about my employees or customers, that's when life really became fun. It's because I've never sold anything in my life. I just helped people achieve their goals, whether it be in life or in their yard. Because a yard is an extension of a person's life. We look forward to summer when we can spend time out with family and spend some time outside.
So then it was about 40 years you said, right? You were 40 years in the business when then you had to step down from that position.
Yes,
right?
So it was just short of that. That was a big adjustment from going to an ownership position. Then I consulted part-time for a few years, but then it became where it wasn't safe for me anymore, nor at home either. That's when I made the decision I better get some assistance, because I didn't want to be that guy that would have to call my kids in the middle of, they were happy to, or not happy, I guess, but because they came home to a couple where I'd split open my head, and so it was getting kind of dangerous. So and they didn't force me, nor did they force me to stop driving, but I had 2 accidents in a short time. The second one could have been much more severe, so you got to make that decision. You want to take that off other people's plates and take self-responsibility for that. And it's easy to be stubborn, but sometimes we just got to do the right thing.
Right, absolutely. So now we have this next picture here. I believe back in 2023, you received the Friend Award, which is the award Stephanie Myers received today as well. But you received this award back in 2023 by the South Dakota Parkinson's Foundation. You know, with this award, it honors those who offer a lot of their time and effort to assist the foundation and really increasing the awareness of those with Parkinson's and assisting that. And I know this award, you and I had talked about, you know, we think about all the tulips, right? The petals for Parkinson's. So you helped, or that was your idea, right? And kind of helped make that happen.
Yeah, between Stephanie and I, we kind of got that going, and that kind of lent itself to my business, because I never realized till that time that a tulip is the international or national symbol for Parkinson's disease. So I think at this point, what'd you sell this year, about 500? And they're on the tables, they're pre-potted, and once they die back and bloom out, then you can plant them in your garden too, so it's a gift that keeps on giving.
Right. They were beautiful this year. Paul, how's your voice doing? Do you need a drink?
I assume
Do you want to do some Mamie My Mo Moos while we're up here?
Is my voice getting softer?
Oh, you're doing well.
I don't know what you meant when you wanted to get a drink. I take. Well, I'll keep it to water. It's early.
So now we're going to back up for a minute here. So, you know, we've been talking about a little bit about your Parkinson's disease, but even before you were diagnosed, you had to overcome a lot of periods of adversity and hardship, which perhaps in our discussion you feel may have prepared you to take on Parkinson's disease. So in your 20s, you were involved in a pretty tragic car accident that caused you to endure a lot of chronic pain for many years. And I believe that's what this picture is. Can you tell us about that, Paul?
Yes, and pardon the picture. That's the front of my pickup, and obviously I believe in seat belts, but that time I did not want to have on, but the tire was sitting on the driver's seat, and the steering wheel was through the back of the seat, so it was only by the grace of God that I survived. I ended up underneath the dash on the passenger side. So, and then it was on what is now 69th Street. There was a gravel road. We met on a steep little hill, and there happened to be a gentleman waiting for his daughter's school bus. He'd always watch through binoculars to spot the bus. So he seen the accident, called 911 instantaneously. And I had severe rib cage and lung injuries, severely broken legs. So that took a long time to mend, but unfortunately I was left with a limp and pretty significant chronic pain for most of my life going forward. So I think that changed me a bit, but not when you're in your 20s yet. You're still think you're bulletproof and think you can bounce back from anything. But then my second setback, and we'll talk about that a little later, that's when I think God was molding me into what I would later become in life.
Right. And that is our next slide here. So yes, so after, like you said, after the car accident, living many years with chronic pain and recovering, if that wasn't enough, then in your 40s, right? You're in your 40s, while you were on vacation, you were bit by a recluse spider, which then turned into a necrotizing fasciitis in your leg. Can you tell us about that? What happened? I'll show this next picture here, Paul. But yeah, what happened with that bite and how did that transpire? So there's his leg.
Well, my wife and I had went to Cozumel, Mexico for a vacation, and I noticed that I had like a bug bite, which isn't unusual when you're on the beach and outdoors. And then we happened to get home, and then we were at Sunday dinner at my mother and father's place, and my mother seen that. It was nothing to be alarmed about. She said, like mothers do, she said, get your butt into the doctor. So I went in and had Lancey put me on some antibiotics. And then that night, my oldest son and I went to a basketball game, and I started feeling feverish and sick. And then I got violently ill the rest of the night, but my daughter had RSV, so my wife and I waited till the next morning. But by the next morning, this leg was about 3 times around, and I was septic, and it took a day, a day to figure out that it was necrotizing fasciitis, which in layman's terms is flesh-eating infection. And as miracles would have it, there was a doctor that was, I think he was interned in Fargo, North Dakota, and he was down it was Sioux Valley Hospital at that time. He had interned in Orange County, California, and he had this instructor of prophet pounded in his head that you'll probably never see this in your career, but this is what you have to do in that case. So it's like a wildfire. You got to remove flesh and soft tissue. It doesn't penetrate muscle, and they got it stopped at my waistline. So they had to remove all the tissue, and then grafts. They had just enough graft from the remainder of my body, and they took that flap of skin, they took off a blood vessel and so on. I know this is getting too lengthy, but I'm trying to explain it the best I can. So, and that was horrendous pain. I remember in the hospital, it felt like a wire brush, because before they'd graft new skin on, they had to make sure it was going to take, so that they'd go over with a scrub brush and then blow air on it. And I just remember hanging onto the pull-up bars on the hospital bed and just moaning, and all. It was just agony. It was like, and then I was in intensive care for 2 months. By the time I got out, I was pretty weak, so it was a long recovery, but that started to lead to my path of where I took faith more seriously in my life. I started noticing my family more and not taking things for as granted as I did before. And by no means is like perfect. My kids can attest to that, but I started to turn the corner.
That's a lot, Paul. I can't imagine.
The odds of getting there are very slim.
I was going to say, in thinking it was just a bite, like a bug bite or something, right, initially?
Yes. So take them seriously. And you can get it from, I've heard of other instances where it starts from just a scratch or something. It's a strep type infection, but once it's present in everybody's body, but once it ignites, it gets a trigger, because it's got to be a deep bite or deep wound that's in the fascia that gets there.
And that could have been deadly.
Oh, it was most likely deadly.
I can't imagine.
Only by the grace of God I survived that. And tremendous medical care, but I think that's all connected in one.
Yes, to leading up to, this leads us up to your Parkinson's diagnosis. So were you in your middle 50s or late 50s when you were diagnosed?
I believe I was 53 or 54. Somewhere, because I even forget how old I am now. My daughter had to remind me how old I was getting before my birthday.
So can you tell us, with that diagnosis, how that all transpired? What were your first symptoms? I know you talked about you were eventually diagnosed at Mayo Clinic, but what were those first symptoms that you noticed?
I was on methadone, which is an opioid drug, for 10 or 12 years, which I had prescribed, so I had taken that 4 times a day regularly. So then, before that, my physician, I decided to go off that, because there was a whole nother set of issues with that. And that was a very major undertaking, going off opioids. But then once I was through that, then I could tell my neuropathy, I could tell I was dragging my feet, I'd stumble, and then my arms swing. And some of my mobility, I still didn't think anything of it. Then after months or however long, I don't know how long I'd been showing symptoms, but I went to the doctor, and Dr. Jeff Boyle in Sioux Falls here, Avera, wonderful individual, and so he diagnosed it. And like you said, the best way to fight Parkinson's disease by physical activity and physical therapy. And I listened to some different forms that Dr. Ritter talks about, which I'm going to talk to him soon. Another wonderful physician as well. So, but it was basically, and this day I'm not much of a shaker. I have a little bit of a hand tremor, but I have excess saliva. In layman's term, I drool sometimes, and I don't know if anybody else in the crowd has had that. I had an overactive bladder, and my steps, you see me get out of my chair. My steps, I use a walker. I'm probably right on the edge of a wheelchair. Usually I use a stand-up walker, which has been another blessing. So, but it started out, I'm more of a gait and stiffness.
Right. So then you were diagnosed, you were at Mayo Clinic, and I know there's this quote here you said really stood out in your mind that one of your physicians told you. He said, if you're going to fall forward. Don't look at things to look back on. Or he said, if you're gonna fall forward, not back. And then you took that and interpreted it to life.
That's true. We're always looking for something. If something doesn't go right, we look for something to fall back on. But I put it, if you're gonna fall forward, because then you can catch yourself on the way down, because we all stumble and fall. It's the old saying, fall down 7 times, get up 8. So I kind of, as soon as he said that, I kind of took that into kind of a different interpretation. So it's, I've used that, because I have fallen several times. I've never fallen, and I hope I don't fall backwards tonight, but you always get yourself to catch on the way down.
Yep. So then you had that diagnosis, you continued to work full-time, right? You started your physical therapy, trying to keep active, keep moving. You said then you started using a walking stick for work, and then continued to work, or to walk even 4 to 5 miles a day.
Yeah, because in my career I walked many miles, just it was part of my job. It's amazing how many feet you put on. So that was helpful for me. And within that, the walking stick I was relying on that more, and that kind of turned into more of a springboard into falling forward. So I had to set that aside. And then it was my dad's walking stick, and it was a large wood stick, which I thought had more leverage, but I had many people offer to buy that from me. It was kind of an old weathered walking stick. So now I should sell it cheap. I don't need it anymore. So then I graduated to a walker, which gave me more stability.
Yep. So next here, let's talk a little bit about how your Parkinson's progressed. What changes or adjustments did you make? I know you talked about the walking stick, and then you had to give up some things, thinking about driving, the independence.
Yes, like one of the first things, and this, some of you have probably went through this, others have this, we all have ahead of us at some point. I didn't think it would be when I was late 50s or early 60s, the ability to drive it. And that was suggested by myself, basically, and my kids reaffirmed that with me. Once in a while I kid them I'm going to drive again. They kind of look at me with a sly smile and say, no, you're not. But that takes a lot of our liberty and pursuit of freedom away. And then I was home, and then I fell several times, and me and my family made the decision. I'm at Touchmark now, which, by the way, and I didn't go there kicking and screaming, but then I remembered the phrase, grow where you're planted, so that's where I was planted, so that's where I was going to stay, so I was going to look at it in the best way possible. And by no means am I perfect, but if I had a single, like in baseball, if I had a single 5 to 6 times out of 10, if I look at it in an upbeat spirit, that's a win.
Mhm.
But the staff there is remarkable. And the food's pretty good as well.
So we think of a lot of emotions. I can't imagine the array of emotions that you would have experienced, throughout this process. You mentioned, in our discussions, acceptance was the hardest out of all these. So how did you deal with that and, trying to accept that diagnosis and what did you do to keep going? What helped you?
Well, first of all, it ultimately came down to my faith in God. And my kids were very helpful, relatives. It's amazing how many people came out of the woodwork to help me out. I have no complaints. A lot of people talk how many bad people there are in this world. I found out just the opposite. Younger, older, middle-aged. People are willing to help you, and most of the time you want to say no, but you're taking it because they want to help you, so you're taking the opportunity for them to help, especially young people. I think we got to say yes to them some of the times because they're there to help us, and it's their way of giving back. So just the general community, even strangers, have been just outstanding to me. So that's been very helpful. But acceptance is a tough road because, you think about why me for a while and feel sorry for yourself, but you just got to keep your chin up and keep marching forward, one step at a time, one day at a time. It's like don't count. I read something a while back that says, don't count your days, make your days count. And that's so true for all of us. Is every day is a gift, whether we're ill or if we're healthy, because life goes pretty darn quickly.
So yes, that leads us here. I know you like to use the term, and you've discussed this, tragic blessings. So with all that you've endured, you've told us your story about the accident, the pain, the spider bite, loss, losing independence, etc. Throughout all of that, you've had to really analyze your attitude, right? And somehow keep moving forward and account your blessings along the way. I know you're a positive guy and, you're always trying to see the light and trying to see the good in things. But you talk about these tragic blessings and what can you share with all of us, everyone here who's struggling to keep going, whether it's dealing with Parkinson's disease or, getting a new diagnosis of that, or anything else in life that we experience. How do we count our blessings? And I know you have some different quotes here. Tragic blessings and be your own hero.
Well, tragic blessings can be seen in a number of ways because I wouldn't have this, if I didn't have Parkinson's, I wouldn't be able to be a witness to other people suffering that same affliction. But there comes a period once you have it, whether it be marriage, life, loss of a loved one, we're going to go through a mourning period. I had a very wise man. I had a buddy that his wife passed away in her late 50s of ovarian cancer, and Dave and John, friends of mine, stopped over and visited me, and John, who had lost his wife, said that David made a statement to him at the funeral. He said, it's going to be tough, but you just got to walk through that. And no simple, no frills, don't make it complicated. And it's going to be complicated enough, but you go through a mourning period when you lose a part of your health. But you just got, it's never going to go away, but you just walk through it. And you'll end, whether it's the death of a loved one, ultimately the sun comes out again someday and you go through that deep depression or period of mourning. But just, you got to walk through it and keep. And when I was in that deep, dark depression, and the old saying, you've all heard this, is if you can affect one person a day and that butterflies off, whether,
Then it was a good day.
Ask people what's the best thing that's happened to them that day, because we can all say good, and that person might be suffering, because every day we have a pulpit where we can influence one people. So today I can hopefully get 3 people so then I can take a couple days off.
Need a break. And this other quote here, strength does not come from what you do, it comes from overcoming what you thought you could not do.
Yes, because that caught my eye, because I didn't think I had the mental or physical fortitude to get through something like this. Well, you get this supernatural, you get this adrenaline rush that gets you through every day, and it's just the old saying, one day at a time, then you get through the week, and then as you influence more people. And I know I go by month by month, my mobility and my ability to move is getting less and less. And I know I'll be in a full-time wheelchair soon, probably not be able to move at all, but I don't know when that is. So in the meantime, I'm going to pack every day as full as I can.
Yep, out of life's struggles, seeds begin to grow. Right? Bloom where you're planted, right?
Yes, because I always say I've talked to school-age children, I always say that was my business. Seed germination is one of God's biggest miracles, because you think about it, you can grow a lot of food with one seed. So it's a good representation for kids to see it that way.
Yep. Let's see here. Don't count your days, make your days count.
And we've talked about that one, with that one. So fill your days with purpose as best you can. And if you have the ability, make sure you communicate with people.
Yep. Yep. So let's see here. So the theme of your talk today is bloom where you're planted. This leads us to some exciting news for you here, Paul. I understand you wrote a book that is recently, or it's in the process of getting published. The title is If Our Trees Could Talk, Discovering the Urban Forest of Sioux Falls. I know you put a lot of time and effort into the content of this book. It's something that you spent a lifetime, being passionate about in your business. Can you give us a brief overview of the book and why it's so important to you to write it? When will it be ready for purchase, and what's the meaning behind the book?
Well, I used to do a radio show, and it was called How's It Growing? I always said, picture Sioux Falls or a city without any trees, it'd be a pretty stark reality. So, and you never recognize the importance of a tree till it's gone. So this is pictures, sampling of a few trees around town, and gives life's purpose and purpose of trees. And there's Paul Schiller, who's one of the best photographers in the nation, helped with the photography, and Mike Cooper, the former city planner, him and I navigated through some of this together. So there's actually a book launch at Touchmark, May 22nd from 5 to 7. They're going to really promote it, which bless their hearts. And then it's going to be sponsored by the First Premier Bank as well. So it's time, so the exciting times they had, so May 22nd, and there's food and water and wine and beverages, so anybody that cares to come, because Touchmark's a beautiful community too, so
Yes.
they're really, it's a win-win. Hopefully they get a lot of individuals and business people to look through their facilities, and gives the book good exposure. So, and there's a sign-up sheet if anybody cares to purchase the book. It's not available till that launch date, but if you'd care to get a phone call back or get an email, you're welcome to give that.
In the exhibit room where all the vendors are, we have a table. He has a table set up with a flyer stating the date and the time, at the Touchmark book signing on May 22nd. So you can stop and pick that up if you would like. And we have a sign-up sheet, like you said, right? If you're interested, we can contact you when those books are ready. And the first 20 people to sign up on that sheet out there will get one of those gorgeous tulips, those pots of tulips sitting right on the table, right, Paul? That's how we're doing it?
Yes, that's correct.
So somebody will be contacting you, at least so you know when they're ready and available for purchase.
And the book is $49.95. We kind of kept the price down. The publisher donated some of the printing costs, so I think it's pretty affordable.
Beautiful pictures, yep. And also on the table out there, Paul's table, he has some bracelets. I've got one here with his famous logo. It says, "Bloom where you're planted." So these are free for the taking too, really as a reminder, right? We can look down as we wear them.
And there's some
Remember,
adhesive stickers
some
too
stickers for your water
bottles
bottle or computer. So again, those are in the exhibit hall available. How are we doing with time? Is there a question? Does anybody have a question? Any questions for Paul? Or you'll be available out there as well at the exhibit booth.
Yeah,
Paul, we had Parkinson's. When were you diagnosed?
I believe 2017. And this is my prime time of day. Once 2, 3 o'clock and after, I really start to decline. So when Steph asked, I knew it had to be early.
Yeah. After that bourbon at 3.
Yes, exactly. And I'm interested to hear more about that, the device that Dr. Ritter was talking about.
Yeah. Anyone else have questions?
Yeah, Molly has one.
Molly?
Paul, I have a question about the tulip bulbs. I've tried planting the tulip bulbs from the plants that we buy, and I haven't had any luck. What am I doing wrong? How deep? How far apart? I'm putting them the right way up, I know that.
Were you planting them in bunches or separating them?
I separated them. I just used the bulbs from the plants that we brought home.
Yeah, really prepare your soil, make it so it's non-clay-like, and they don't like too wet of feet, because then they can start to decay or rot. So it's probably a combination of poor soil, which we have a lot of in this city, from backfill.
That's a good question, Molly.
That is.
All right, well, let's give him
I've got a
hand.
question back here.
Oh, sorry.
Diane?
Hi, Paul and Tina. My voice isn't very loud, but I'm trying to decrease it here. Paul, you talked about depression. I was wondering, when you live alone, how do people handle depression? And just go about your daily life, getting to appointments you need to go to, and getting around the house by yourself. I don't know if people can hear me or not.
Well, people, being around people energizes me, and being around family and friends, that's helpful. So stay busy, whether you go to Active Generation, you're always welcome at Touchmark, that facility. And when I have physical therapy, I always enjoy that. So try to keep physically active, which I know you do. fill your day with activities, challenge yourself, do something out of your comfort zone, something you've never done before. That's what, and I'm by no means an expert in Parkinson's or mental health or any of this. This is just what has helped me. Looks like everybody's ready for lunch.
What's for lunch?
Paul, you're an inspiration to all of us. Let's give him a hand.
Thank you, Paul, for sharing your story with us. That was wonderful.
Thank you, Paul and Tina. Please enjoy this lunch and resource fair time to walk around, visit with the wonderful exhibitors, stop by the South Dakota Parkinson's Foundation booth, and take a moment to visit with Paul DeJong, or go to get some cotton candy or hot dogs at the circus. Just joking. Volunteers are available if you need help carrying the lunch. There's 3 different lunches there. There's the American Classic, Chicken Oriental Wrap, or Chicken Walnut Salad. There's no desserts in there. That will be for later, if you're wondering about desserts. And if you don't mind, please join me in prayer here. Father, bless this food to fuel our bodies, and bless the hands that have prepared it. We glorify your name as we share this meal in fellowship and community. Thank you for the nourishment you provide for our bodies, minds, and souls. We pray in Jesus' name, amen. So we'll come back in here at 1 o'clock to resume on dizziness and Parkinson's. Thank you.
Twisting amusement into sin. Our essential string becomes a drive. That wasn't music on my skin. Feel music on my skin. Once in a while, like a gentle breeze. Once in a while, all the things I kept in. Once in a while, they're forced to be released. Must be paradise. If this move is not a dance, then this groove must be gravity.
must be destiny. As the world turns, I think that this story is not in our hands. Yeah, as the world turns, the book is written in the language we yet understand. If this is a joke, why is everybody crying? And if this is the truth, if it is the truth, I hope that everyone is lying, lying, lying. If love is the question, hate holds the answer. If there's truth beyond suggestion, to every music there's a dancer. As the world turns, I think that this story is not in our hands. Yeah, as the world turns, the book is written in the language we yet understand. If this is a dream, then it is a good dream. As the world turns, then this groove must be gravity.
I feel your aspirants. I can taste your fear. The sticky strings you're hanging on. I see the fluke that brought you here. I saw your zombie veins, the caves you go astray. Dance attendance to your monkey friends, the shilly-shally on your way. You misery, the burning fire, the sunken love that you desire. But now you are a different girl, you're changing to a shining pearl. Bye-bye, hiding your light. Bye-bye,
beside the radio. A lullaby by Curtis Blow. Clap your hands, everybody. You know what you just did. Open it up with the funk kid. Kicking the funk with the funk kid. Before he could walk, he knew how to dance. He could hardly speak, but he knew all the bands. You know his pop was a rolling brick. A ladies' man by the name of Dick. Kicking the funk with the funk kid. Hey, 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 hey. Open it up with the funk kid. Open it up with the funk kid. Open it up with the funk kid. Open it up, open it up.
Typically clean, almost ladylike, but extremely mean. She talks sweet, oh, she looks good, so slick, creeping round my neighborhood. I smell a rat, baby. She's coming from. Probably grew up under a different sun. I thought these times, days were gonna left behind. Now it looks like somebody pushed rewind. I smell a rat, baby. Looks like that back, baby. To my bed. baby. I smell a rat, baby. It's what she said, baby. That made her a rat, baby. Nobody knows where she's coming from. Probably grew up under a different sun. I thought these times were gone and left behind. Now it looks like somebody pushed rewind. I smell a rat, baby. Looks like that back, baby. I smell a rat, baby. Looks like they're back, baby. Better bring the cat, baby.
It's in my blood. How can you hear it? How can you see it? It's in my blood. How can you feel it? Do you believe it? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Water and the dirt, it turns to mud. Love is in my blood. It's in my blood. I got to wear it. I got to share it. So come and be my companion for tonight. Let us rock this shack. Because way up high, the moon above only shines when the sky is black. And what did you do, love vampire? You know black don't crack, and my game came back, love vampire. I did not know how to survive. I could not live, wanted to die. Into my darkness there came a light. Now life has never been so bright. And I gave it all to you. And what did you do? Love vampire. Oh, vampire. An emotional ditch. Life is sometimes such a bitch. Love vampire.
voici. Mais tu sais ce que c'est qu'une femme à présent? Oh. Et je suis un homme en toi. Et tu es une femme. Et tu es une femme avec moi.
We hope you are enjoying your meals. There's plenty of meals left in the back. By 12:30, we're going to be getting rid of the meal. So if you have not received your meal or want anything else, by 12:30, grab your meal. Thank you.
That's what you call a bud. I ain't desperate. I hold the line, but my fate is bad. Jump in the lake, flying round in a circus, not too high. The suffering's wait down under. Don't give up to have a good time. Jump in the lake. Love and gauge. Good means keep the flame. Love and gauge, let keep the flame. Into ashes, my fancy aim. All you love it, keep the flame. And I'm sure, Mama, it's what you call a bud. Jump in the lake, don't wait, it's never too late. Cut away fuse, a Cinderella with a huge pair of shoes. Oh yeah. Don't be shy, never say that, don't blame you too. Devotion to embrace a place where you and your enemies are friends. Oh, yeah. Love and gauge, good means keep the flame. Love and gauge, let fly, fidget in the spider net, telling me as it is. Wolverines are hungry again, they need something to eat. Summer leaves without return, winter comes to stay. Leviathan liberated again, he's on his frightful way. Why are the lamps? Why are the go into the dark, throw it to a shark, tell it to a lark that you're going to the dark. You tell it to it that you're going to the dark. So silent. If you play the fool for me, breaking every rule for me. No, you don't need no suit, no tie. I think a real man shouldn't cry. If you smash that loving thing, just fix it with a diamond ring. Oh, broken heart, an easy clue. Almost any credit card will do.
diamond ring. Oh, broken heart, an easy clue. Almost any credit card will do. I'm worth it anytime, relying on your pleasure. Allow that little distance that will keep us together. If you play the fool for me, breaking every rule for me. If you smash that loving thing, just fix it with a diamond ring. That is far. That is far too small to see. Far too small to see. Once in a while, like a gentle breeze. Once in a while, all the things I kept in. Once in a while, they're forced to be released.
If this is reality, then it must be paradise. If this move is not a dance, then this groove must be gravity. If this is no miracle, then it must be destiny. As the world turns, I think that this story is not in our hands. Yeah. The book is written in the language we yet understand. If this is a joke, why is everybody crying? And if this is a truth, if it is a truth, I hope that everyone is lying, lying, lying. If love is the question, hate holds the answer. If there's truth beyond suggestion, to every music there's a dancer. As the world turns, I think that this story is not in our hands. Yeah. The book is written in the language we yet understand. If this is a dream, then it is a good dream. Then this groove must be gravity.
I feel your aspirations. I can taste your feet. The sticky strings you're hanging on. I see the fluke that brought you here. saw you saw me things that gives you go astray. There's attendance to your monkey friends, the shilly shally on you way. You miss you, the burning fire, sunken valley. You desire, but now you are a different girl. You change into a shining pearl. Bye bye, hiding your lies. Bye bye, explanations. Now you are
was a funk addict. She made his bed beside the radio. A lullaby by Curtis Blow. Clap your hands, everybody. You know what you just did. Kicking the funk with the funk kid. Before he could walk, he knew how to dance. He could hardly speak, but he knew all the bands. You know his pop was a rolling brick. A ladies' man by the name of Dick. Kicking the funk with the funk kid. Hey, 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 hey.
We're going to be doing they're going to be drawing some prize from the drawings over there soon. So if you want to get back to your seat here, we've got a number of prizes they're going to give out here.
Okay, if I can have your guys' attention, we had some door prize giveaways over in the vendor hall. So we are going to be giving them away here prior to our next speaker. Do you want to talk or do you want me to just? I can introduce Okay.
Hi, I'm Sarah with St. Croix Hospice here in Sioux Falls, and I was raffling off this garden basket. So we're going to go ahead and draw right now, right?
Yep.
Are you doing it?
Sure.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Mary Fiedler. All right, I'll bring it down to you. Congratulations, I'll bring it to you.
Come on up, don't be shy.
Hi, I'm Mari Villarreal, and I'm with Core Cares. I really want to thank you guys for stopping by our booth and finding out a little bit more about us. We are passionate about what we do, and Cassandra will now pull somebody's name out. Mary M. Garten.
Oh, back there.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Rhonda. I am with Encompass Rehab Hospital here in Sioux Falls, also a board member, and we brought a gardening basket as well, so I'm not looking. Jane yes, yay, Jane.
Hello, everyone. We are with Interim Healthcare. I'm Devaney, and this is Catherine, and we have a gift card to Texas Roadhouse. And it looks like Kathy Van Moen, maybe? Perfect, we'll bring it right over to you.
Hello, we're Seniors Helping Seniors. We're giving away 2 hours of free home care, and it is going to Dawn List, and it has Mary in parentheses after it. Right there? Perfect.
Okay, congratulations to all of the winners. Hopefully everyone is back from lunch. Thank you for the wonderful meal. Hope you all enjoyed it. I have the pleasure of introducing our next speaker. Our next speaker is Colton Johnson. He's a clinical physical therapist with Avera Therapy in Sioux Falls. He specializes in neurological rehabilitation with a special interest in concussion management and vestibular therapy. He is certified in BIG and POWER for Parkinson's-specific care and is actively involved in programming for Parkinson's, MS, brain injury, and spinal cord injury. Colton is passionate about helping patients move better and live more fully. He also enjoys mentoring the next generation of physical therapists in neuro rehab. Please help me welcome Colton.
Thanks. Okay, I gotta figure out how this works first. Okay, there we go. Sorry, I'm not very good technically. So like I said, yeah, I'm a clinical physical therapist. I work for Avera Therapy. We work on a multidisciplinary team that makes up PTs, OTs, and speech therapists. We work with people with all sorts of conditions, but the main one that matters to you guys is we work with a lot of people with Parkinson's disease, okay? So just a disclaimer to start off, this presentation isn't meant to be a deep dive into all things dizziness, but more of just a general explanation so you guys can learn something about what may be occurring in you or your loved ones, so you guys get a better idea of how to care for them or kind of how to move forward with life. So ultimately, if you are experiencing any symptoms of dizziness or things like that, mention it to your healthcare team so that it can get appropriately addressed. Don't let those things kind of go on by. So a little bit more about me. You'll see a lot of pictures of my dog up here because he's pretty cool. So when I'm not at work, you'll find me hanging out with my dog or my fiance. My dog loves to jump in the water. All these pictures of him are him jumping off a dock into a pool for a toy, and he's pretty good at it. He's the #1 golden retriever in the world, so no big deal. And then, of course, bottom left picture is me and my fiance with our golden pup there. So, and here pretty soon, we're actually going to be welcoming another pup to the family. So, going through there. The other thing that I think is important for you to know about me before we get going too far is I'm not only a healthcare provider for people with Parkinson's disease, is I'm also a loved one with people for Parkinson's disease. So, this is my dad, Jason. My dad was diagnosed with Parkinson's about 5 years ago. I was in my second year of PT school when he was diagnosed. He would be considered a younger diagnosis. He was only 52 at the time. Don't worry, he's doing pretty good. He actually has bilateral deep brain stimulation implants. He still works full time, lives life how he wants to, rides his Harley around, kind of does what he wants. But just know when I'm speaking to you, it's not only from the perspective of a healthcare provider, but also as someone whose family and loved ones live with this diagnosis as well, even when he isn't taking my advice about what to do. So let's go through some just objectives. This is what I'm hoping that you guys will all be able to gain by the end of our presentation here. We're going to kind of just do a general overview of the central and peripheral vestibular anatomy and function. And so the vestibular system, we'll go more about it, is really, really important in how your balance and dizziness is impacted, and especially in Parkinson's disease. So, and then we're going to explore the interplay between different sensory systems and how that may or may not impact you. And with specificity to how Parkinson's disease affects that as well, okay? If you guys have ever seen It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, you know, that Charlie here. This is basically what I look like when someone comes up to me and says, well, I'm dizzy. And it's like, well, this could be 1 in a million things. So what are you talking about? And it's really, it could be 30 things contributing. It could be one thing. It really just depends on the person. So what does being dizzy mean? If I asked 20 different people in here, what does it mean to be dizzy? I would probably get 20 different answers, okay? You may be talking about the same thing, but you have a different word to describe it. So that makes our job kind of much more challenging to figure out exactly what type of dizziness are you experiencing and how can we best aim to tackle that and improve it so you guys can feel better and live better. Some common words that some people describe that you may connect with as well is, you know, feeling lightheaded, nauseous, feeling off, like you had a little too much to drink after the bar. Feeling unsteady, like you're standing on a boat. You might feel like the world is spinning around you or that you're spinning. Might feel like you're falling. There's many, many different ways to describe being dizzy. Okay, very simple overview here. If you guys are any familiar with the inner ear is what we call the vestibular system. So it's a tiny set of canals that sit right behind your eardrum, and it's responsible for feeding information to your brain about your head's position in space, okay? Depending on your head moves, it gives information to the brain, says, oh, my head is turning to the left, right, so on and so forth. This is the system that helps keep you upright when you walk to the bathroom in the middle of the night with no lights on, okay? And you'll notice, use my fancy laser pointer here, there's these yellow nerves here that are very close to each other. They actually run right along next to each other, and they come from the same spot off the brain. It's called your vestibular cochlear nerve. One of them is your vestibular nerve, the other is your cochlear nerve, and so the vestibular nerve is how your balance is fed into the brain, and the cochlear nerve is how your hearing is fed. So the reason that's important is because that's kind of what makes sense if you have an ear infection or if you have seasonal allergies. That's why you might feel a little unsteady, a little off balance, is because they're so close in proximity to each other that they kind of affect each other too, okay? The other thing to note is this tube right here, the thing got cut off, but that's with the eustachian tube, so that kind of connects into the back of your throat where sinus drainage, all that stuff comes from. So if you're really plugged up, you might feel a little unsteady too, because it's all interconnected, okay? The other thing to note about this system is it works very closely with your eyes as well as the nerves in the rest of your body to feed information to your brain about your balance, your position, your movement, and it's a very, very complex interplay, and we'll kind of go a little bit more into that. Moving on to central, so I forgot to say, the last one was peripheral, which means outside the brain. This is central, which means the brain itself. The way I like to think about it is a little like a computer. So the peripheral is the mouse, the keyboard, the thing that gives information to the brain. So you can run the computer, and the brain is the computer. It processes the information and gives you the result here, okay? You may notice on kind of right here, this thing that says VN, that's the vestibular nuclei. So that's where the nerves originate off of the brain, or the brain stem, and feed back into the brain too. And it's very, very close proximity to centers where your vision is processed, as well as sensory processing, and it's very close to what's called the thalamus, which is kind of like the relay center of the brain. That's where everything kind of goes in and out of with the brain. It's kind of just a big toll system with the brain. So when you hear me refer to anything central, just remember brain or spinal cord related, nothing else, okay? All right, so this is what we call like normal sensory integration. There's a very complex interplay here, but basically your eyes, your vestibular system, in this case I just have a picture of an ear, and the nerves in your feet or in the rest of your body all work together to provide information to your brain that keeps you upright, keeps you moving, and helps you kind of process the world around you, okay? When all that works great, it's great, everything's in balance, but as we all know that things aren't great all the time. And so what can happen is we can get what's called peripheral dysfunction. This is when the eyes, the ears, the nerves, and the rest of our body don't feed the appropriate information to the brain. And I may have failed math class, but hopefully you guys didn't. When you have the wrong information, you're going to get the wrong answer, okay? In our case, that's going to lead to dizziness, okay? And this is what we would consider like peripheral-based dizziness. It's an issue that's not related to the brain, it's related to the information going into the brain. Okay, now that we talked about peripheral dizziness, there's the potential for central dizziness or central dysfunction. So the brain is receiving all the appropriate information, much like me in math class, but it uses the wrong equation and can't figure it out, and then therefore you get the wrong answer, or dizziness, or imbalance. Imbalance and dizziness are often interchanged with the two, okay? And just because we can't have nice things in life, you can get both at the same time. And then it becomes a really big puzzle of what is going on. So you're getting wrong information. That wrong information is also getting wrongly processed, and now you're really dizzy, okay? And unlike most scenarios, two negatives don't make a right here, okay? Two negatives just make a much bigger negative, okay? So this is just in general how our brain processes movement and what may or may not occur with dizziness. And then our goal, and kind of the point of all you being here today, is to relate how it relates to people with Parkinson's disease. And so we're going to try and break that down into a couple categories. Keep in mind that these categories here on the screen are not scientifically established in the literature, as this is kind of what we go by. This is just how I think about it and how I explain it to my patients so that it might make a little bit more sense, okay? So the three categories here are what we would consider primary associated, secondary associated, and comorbid or other, the things that have nothing to do with it but happen anyway, okay? And just, I want to be clear on this, you can have things related in any of these three categories and they could all be occurring at the same time. So again, this is a very complex thing. We're just hoping to simplify it a little bit. All right, primary associated dizziness. So this is dizziness that is directly associated to the disease process that is occurring with Parkinson's disease, or direct results of that process, which, just as a short review, we all know this, it's a loss of dopamine in the brain, specifically the substantia nigra in the basal ganglia, where your brain kind of processes movement. But your vestibular system also plugs into that too. And so therefore it can impact the vestibular system and therefore your balance and or dizziness. These are all studies that have basically happened within the last 5 years where I'm getting a lot of this information. So we know that there is a 2 times higher rate of concerns of dizziness in people with Parkinson's disease. So there must be something related to Parkinson's that is making people dizzy that is not related to anything else. And so when we further explore that, they do find through what's called VMP testing or video nystagmography, where they actually test the nerve firing of your vestibular system, that there's dysfunction with that system in people with Parkinson's compared to age-matched controls, other people your age who may or may not have other conditions going on, okay? And imbalance, which can contribute to dizziness in persons with Parkinson's disease, is a direct result of the inability to effectively interpret vestibular information due to the loss of dopamine in the substantia nigra. So, just to make that a little simpler, wrong information, this is a peripheral dysfunction. Your brain is getting the wrong information and doesn't know how to process it, so it's leading to imbalance and dizziness. So we're getting a peripheral issue here. And then we also see that there's alterations of vestibular activity increase across the lifespan of Parkinson's disease. So again, we know Parkinson's is progressive, and so the same goes with the vestibular dysfunction, is that this is going to possibly progress for you over the lifespan as well. And then vestibular processing deficits in the brain. There's a huge, huge link to that in freezing of gait, which I know both clinically and for a lot of patients can be a very debilitating symptom of Parkinson's. And that's a central issue. Your brain isn't processing the information appropriately. So with Parkinson's, we're getting both the central and peripheral dysfunction. You're getting the wrong information and you're getting the wrong processing occurring, which is leading to quite a bit of dizziness or imbalance. And it kind of comes with the rest of the symptoms of Parkinson's, the freezing of gait, the rigidity, difficulty dual tasking, stuff like that. The other thing that is common, and we don't entirely understand, but we know a little bit about, is what's called dysautonomia. Some of you may have heard your doctors talk about this, and basically it just means dysfunction of the autonomic nervous system. And your autonomic nervous system is what's commonly called the fight or flight system. It's what happens when you run into a dark alley and there's a rabid dog there, that you kind of just, eyes blow up, your heart rate increases, your breathing increases because your brain or your body's trying to protect itself. So, and that happens throughout the day. And this dysautonomia just basically means that this system doesn't work how it's supposed to. So you might get appropriate increases in one area, appropriate increases in another, and then inappropriate changes in other areas. And so you get a whole mess of things that are occurring at the same time. And the most common complaint of dysautonomia is lightheadedness. I stand up too quick, I get really dizzy, and I fall. And that's where most of the people I see is because they have to fall. So that's where we got to look at it. There's varying levels of it. People may or may not develop this throughout the lifespan. Some people do, some people don't. It's hard to say. Some people have it with different levels of severity. And so it's really, really difficult to say. It's just person-specific of what goes on. So just because you have Parkinson's doesn't mean you have to experience dysautonomia, and just because you have dysautonomia doesn't mean you have Parkinson's. We see these kind of things within other brain conditions as well, such as like MS, spinal cord injury, brain injury. They can all kind of be very closely related as well. And so what is dysautonomia aside from it doesn't work? It's still kind of a phenomenon. We don't understand a ton about it. There's a lot of research on it, but there's nothing that specifically says, yeah, this is what it is and we know how to fix it. We just know it's a neurocardiological interplay between your nervous system and your cardiovascular system, and it's something that happens that leads to orthostatic hypotension, which is a funny way of saying you get lightheaded because your blood pressure drops. And that's the most common complaint is low blood pressure. And we'll kind of go a little bit more into that later too, but that's the most common cardiovascular sign of dysautonomia. There's other signs too, because your autonomic nervous system interplays with your bowel and bladder, your GI system, as well as your breathing, your heart, things like that. So you can get all sorts of different signs. And then the other thing that we found with dysautonomia in persons with Parkinson's disease is the aggregation of the protein alpha-synuclein, which is commonly referred to as a Lewy body, is that protein buildup in the brain. And that basically leads to autonomic denervation, which means the autonomic nervous system is losing connection with the rest of the body. And that is what is widely observed as the link in Parkinson's disease. But there's no specific culprit as it relates to Parkinson's disease, which sucks because we want to know why we're dizzy and kind of how we can fix this. But there's a lot of research being done about what can we do with this, and hopefully we'll explore that a little bit more later about what can we do to hopefully aid this in people with Parkinson's that are experiencing this level of dizziness. So, and how I like to explain it to patients is ultimately dysautonomia is a software issue. So yeah, we know there's a hardware issue with the loss of dopamine in the brain, but that is leading to now your brain can't process appropriately. It can't run the software, which is leading to kind of a host of symptoms. Okay, so those are kind of the main things with like primary associated related to Parkinson's. There's a lot of other complex things that we can talk about too. And if you have questions about that, happy to answer them. But those are the main things that we see clinically and what the research is kind of talking about right now. The other thing that we see clinically is kind of what we're going to call the secondary association, and that's related to the treatments of Parkinson's. So deep brain stimulation and medications are the main ones. A lot of you have had both or maybe just one of those. And I'm sorry to disappoint you here. These are not my areas of expertise because I am not a physician. So if you feel like one of these areas is going to play an impact in you, you really need to talk to your physician about it. If it is something I can fix or another therapist can fix, then we're happy to do that. But these are largely controlled through physicians. But hopefully you just get a better idea. The other thing that really sucks about the DBS, in a preliminary research, there's not a ton that talks about specific dizziness as it relates to people with Parkinson's with DBS. And so you can do deep brain stimulation in a bunch of different areas of the brain depending on what you want to treat. Dizziness is a common side effect, but there's nothing that points to why specifically we're experiencing it or what can you do about it. It's most commonly complained or brought up to like therapists after an adjustment or an initial placement. And mainly it's because your brain's still adjusting to things, and so it's going to take some time to really let things settle down and for you to adapt to the changes that are being made. Ultimately, if you are experiencing this system or these issues, I flip my DBS on and wow, I'm getting kind of dizzy, you need to mention that to your neurologist so that you can get the appropriate settings that work for you guys. Or maybe it's a whole other issue that might seem like it's your DBS, but it's something else. I just had a patient the other day, they truly felt as their DBS, and then when they went back to the doctor and they said, no, actually I think it's a medication thing, and then they fixed the medication, and bang, it's fixed. So the important thing here to remember is if you feel like it's an issue, you really need to bring it up so that we can get it explored. Medications. If you've done any Googling on WebMD or Google in general about side effects of a medication, you're going to see dizziness as a side effect for literally every single medication, which doesn't help us any. But with the Parkinson-specific medications, the most common one that we're familiar with is carbidopa-levodopa, or Sinemet. That's a notorious culprit for causing low blood pressure or that hypotension. I stand up, I get dizzy, or nauseousness. And therefore, people might perceive that as dizziness. So that's the main culprit, but all the other Parkinson's medications, such as the sledgeline and the entacopones, those can do it too, and if you're on multiple of these, then you're running a higher risk of kind of running into your dizziness. So aside from Parkinson-specific medications, if you have high blood pressure and you're on a blood pressure medication, guess what? You're probably going to get dizzy because it's trying to lower your blood pressure. And if you take that interaction with the Parkinson's medication, you're probably going to have some dizziness. Now, again, I'm not a physician. I can't tell you what to do with your medication. So if we feel this is an issue, you need to bring it up to your doctor so that we can get it addressed, okay? The other things that may or may not be related to Parkinson's that you can still experience, because guess what? You're still a human, and Parkinson's doesn't define your life, and so you can still experience other things that aren't related to it. And I think this is important to remember too. As a healthcare provider, I've been guilty of it, that someone comes in, they say I'm dizziness, or I'm having dizziness or imbalance. They say, oh, it's related to your Parkinson's, and it's not the case. It could be something else too. And so this is my message to both you, caregivers, patients, other practitioners, that we need to be looking kind of beyond the Parkinson's too, to see, is there something else that's contributing to your symptoms aside from just Parkinson's or Parkinsonisms. Some examples might, like we've talked about, the orthostatic hypotension. You stand up too quick, your blood pressure drops, you get dizzy. There's what's called postprandial hypotension. I didn't know this was a thing until I got to PT school. This is when you just get done eating and you get dizzy. Has anyone had that? No, because I don't want to move after I get done eating. So I didn't know that this was a thing, but it is. So just keep that in mind. There's what's called BPPV, or vertigo. Some of you may have heard this is when the crystals are moving in your ear, or the inner ear. There isn't a, I guess, huge link to this in Parkinson's, but there is a huge link to it as we get older in general, as well as with head injury, osteoporosis, vitamin D deficiency, stuff like that, which living in the lovely Midwest, we're all kind of known to have a vitamin D deficiency. As we get older, we're more susceptible to osteoporosis, so therefore the vertigo or the crystals in your ear become quite prevalent as we get older, okay? Not to worry though, that is a relatively easy fix in the world of dizziness to get the crystals fixed. So if you feel like that's an issue, go see a physical therapist, we can work on it. Other vestibular conditions like Meniere's disease, or just like one side of your vestibular system isn't working as well, or brain injuries can also contribute to these. Say you have a fall because you experienced a freezing episode, you hit your head, that could cause quite a bit of dizziness, more kind of like what we consider maybe like a concussion or something. Not directly related to Parkinson's, kind of a different condition, but still making you dizzy, okay? And like, just to bring it back to what we talked about earlier, you can have any three of these kind of categories interact with each other and cause your dizziness. So you may be experiencing dysautonomia, which is directly linked to your Parkinson's. You may be experiencing dizziness secondary to the medication you're taking, and you may be experiencing dizziness because you have crystals loose in your ear. You combine those three things, and now you can understand how challenging it gets. Let's think back to that picture of the guy with all the strings going crazy, because that's what it looks like to us, is, what is the issue here? And so that's where people that work with this stuff kind of get pretty good at dissecting it and seeing what exactly are the issues and what do we need to do to treat it, okay? But it's not always clear. So what's the moral of the story? Dizziness is immensely complex. Again, it can interact and come from many different forms and many different causes. We know that persons with Parkinson's have a higher risk of experiencing dizziness due to just the nature of the disease course itself, the treatments, as well as you're still human and can still experience other things. Okay, and the other thing I just want to be really clear on is your dizziness may or may not be related to your Parkinson's. It doesn't have to be. So don't ever, again, we're not going to just blame everything on Parkinson's. It could still be something else. So what can I do, or what can you do to address this? And the biggest thing as a healthcare provider is when you come into the clinic and say, you know, I'm having dizziness, we're going to ask you a bunch of questions. You know, it's like, when does it happen? How long does it last? What makes it better? What makes it worse? When did this start? All these questions. And if you come into the clinic knowing all that information already, then we can get right to the bottom of it really quickly. Okay, so either caregivers or persons with Parkinson's, if you are experiencing dizziness, keep track of it. You know, I get dizzy an hour after I take my medication. I get dizzy every time I stand up. I only get dizzy when I lay down in bed. You know, different examples like that. What do you think is associated with your dizziness? Keep track of things that help or things that make it worse. You know, does just sitting still make it better? Does laying in a dark room make it better? Does medication make it better? And what makes it worse? Kind of those triggers again. How long do symptoms last? That is a big one, because if your symptoms only last a brief 10 to 30 seconds, we kind of know where we want to go with it. And if you say, no, I'm kind of just dizzy all the time, that's a little bit more of a complex story that we're going to kind of have to really explore. So really make sure you're specific of how long is it lasting, or is it different feelings of dizziness? You know, I get dizzy at this time of day and it feels like this, and I have a different type of dizziness that feels like this later in the day. And then when did it start? You know, is this just kind of been a lifelong thing? Is it progressive, or is it, no, just a week ago something happened and now I'm really dizzy? Those are important things to note too. So if you come into your a visit with either your doctor or your nurse practitioner or a therapist, massage therapist, wherever, and you're saying, you know, I'm having these symptoms, and if you tell them this, we're going to know what to do quicker and get you feeling better quicker instead of kind of have to play the referral game. Okay, and then ultimately, I think we see this more clinically is sometimes people are afraid to even bring it up. You know, they feel like, oh, I got all these issues and my doctor's kind of hearing from me. Don't just let it sit there. You know, bring it up, talk about it, because if you don't, then you're for sure going to continue to experiencing the symptoms, and that's definitely not going to get fixed. So we need to kind of talk about these things and explore these things to get better treated. You know, I didn't have a slide in here about this, but the other thing that from a physical movement standpoint, we know with Parkinson's your movement is slower, it's tougher to move, and therefore we kind of move less, which is why therapists and doctors were always on you about you need to keep moving, you need to keep exercising, doing all these things, because that helps keep your sensory integration, remember the eyes, the ears, and the nerves in your feet all working fluidly together. The minute you stop moving, your brain thinks, oh, I no longer need to process that information, and so over the course of time, weeks to months, when you go to move again, you're going to feel a little dizzy because it's kind of new to your brain. Your brain literally quite forgot how to process that information. So that's why we're always on you about we need to keep moving for a variety of reasons. But relative to the dizziness, that's what we think too. We want to keep you moving because it's going to decrease your risk of dizziness too. Here's some references for a lot of the studies we did. That is all I kind of really have to cover. I'm happy to answer questions. And ultimately, I just want to thank you all for supporting the South Dakota Parkinson's Foundation and coming here and kind of learning more. Hopefully you guys learned something and connected with a lot of people. And mainly, I want to thank you guys for getting up every day and choosing to live well with Parkinson's. You know, it's a very unique and difficult journey, and you guys are all amazing at doing it every day. So happy to answer any questions if anybody has anything.
Are you aware of any studies of people that have the orthostatic hypotension that later develop Parkinson's?
Not that explore the direct link, no. I mean, if you take a large enough sample of people and you look at, okay, these people started experiencing lightheadedness in their 40s, how many people develop Parkinson's? there's too many variables to consider to say that there's a direct link, you know, because there's medications, there's geography where you live. We know in the Midwest there's a higher risk of Parkinson's just due to environmental factors, and so there's too many variables to rule out to establish a direct link. Yeah.
Does tamsulosin or finasteride interact poorly with carbidopa-levodopa?
That's a great question for your doctor. I don't know. We learn pharmacology, but in terms of the specific interactions, that would be a better question for your physician, absolutely. You gotta yell at Steph to take big steps.
I'm curious about what you said toward the end there, that the more you sit, your brain forgets how to process the information.
Mm-hmm.
So if you've been sitting a long time and you experience the dizziness, will that come back again if you continue to move after that?
Yeah, when I say you've been sitting a long time, I more or less mean like chronic sedentary activity, months on end where you're just really not moving. If it's a day here and there where you're not moving, yeah, I mean, I know when I'm kind of a couch potato and I lay down all day and I get up, I'm a little off for a little bit, but certainly, your brain is still, even in the presence of Parkinson's, your brain is very moldable, very plastic. It can still learn and improve things, and so, if we have a patient who hasn't been moving for months on end and we get them on a therapy program and we're moving and moving, yeah, we certainly expect improvement, absolutely.
Hey, Colton. If you suspect that it might be a BPPV issue, crystals in the ear, any problems with trying a home epi maneuver before going down a path of whatever else? Can you try that? Is there any harm in trying it first?
The only harm is it just might make you dizzy. What I always tell people, if you're going to try a home, so what she's talking about is the epi maneuver is something to help move the crystals back to where they belong with the BPPV. That's kind of one of the gold standard treatments. I always tell people to educate them on how to do it appropriately. There's a lot that can kind of go wrong with an epi maneuver, and so if you're not doing it appropriately, it may not be effective. It's certainly not going to harm too much. It might make you more dizzy. And of course, there's always a risk, when we're talking about the vestibular system, there's 3 canals each side, and if you're doing an epi maneuver, which treats one specific canal, there's a chance that crystal converts into a different canal. So then the epi maneuver is no longer going to be effective. And so those are just considerations to do, but oftentimes with my patients, I'll see them in the clinic, we'll do a couple things, and if I can't see them for another week or 2, yeah, I'll have them do a home epi maneuver, absolutely. And most of the time, they feel it's beneficial, as long as we're doing it appropriately. That's the trick. That's it? Okay. Well, thank you so much, guys.
All right, thank you, Colton. My name is Lisa Howard. I'm the Rocksteady Boxing Director here in Sioux Falls at the Inn on Westport. This is Cassidy Frank, the Rocksteady Boxing coach at Edgewood Vista in Watertown. Yes. So we're going to take a break here for treats, but before we do that, you got to move a little. We would like the Edgewood Cassidy's boxers to stand up first so we can... What? Are they here?
They are here. There's a couple of them.
Okay. Are they going to stand up? Point them out. Make them stand.
Sorry, guys. This was all her. They're right over there.
All right. There they are. And then Sioux Falls boxers, stand up. You guys got to be leaders. Come on. If you're a Rocksteady boxer, stand up. All right. So we're just going to do a couple things. Now everybody can stand up. All right. If you're a right-handed person, stand up with your right leg slightly behind yourself. Give yourself a wide base. We want to be safe, right? A wider base is a safer base. So let's do a couple squats. Let's go down and up and down. Couple more. All right. Let's do some let's do some arm circles. Don't hit your husbands too hard, ladies. And backwards. And then scissors. Ooh. Right? All right, so how about some apple pickers? So weight shifts and be big, be big. Reach, reach. All right. All right, so we're gonna learn 6 boxing punches. If you're a right-handed person, you're gonna start with your left. The theory is you're gonna stun them and then box them, punch them out with your power. So the first punch is a jab. It's a left punch. You start sideways and your palm goes down. That's a jab. Everybody say it. Jab. What's number 2, boxers? Number 3. Number 4. Number 5. Number 6. All right, let's do 3, 1, 2s. Here we go. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Let's do a 3, 4. That's a hook, hook from your left, right. Hook, hook. 1, 2. Hook, hook. 1, 2. I'm confusing the coach. How about a 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1? Uppercut, uppercut, hook, hook, cross, jab. How about a 1, 2, 5, 2? Lisa, jab, cross, upper, cross. Here we go. Jab, cross, upper, cross. Well, give me a combination, Barry. 3, 4, 5, 6. Hook, hook, upper, upper. Hook, hook, upper, upper. So now you guys all know how to box when you go home. We're going to, don't go yet. We're going to end with a cheesy cheer for our voices. Repeat after me. Hope in our corner. Tough love on our side. This feeling we have is rock steady pride. Never miss a conference. And then quick, also look in your folders and start thinking about filling this out. If you do not have one in your packet, come see us at the back and we'll get you these. It's so important to get your feedback. How can we do this better? What do you want to see for years to come? Thank you. 1:45, be back in your seats. We're a little ahead of schedule. So there's cookies and treats back there. Enjoy.
typically clean, almost ladylike, but extremely mean. She talks sweet, oh, she looks good, so slick, creeping round my neighborhood. I smell a rat, baby. She's coming from. Probably grew up under a different sun. I thought these times, days were gone and left behind. Now it looks like somebody pushed rewind. I smell a rat, baby. Looks like that back, baby. To my bed, baby. I smell a rat, baby. It's what she said, baby. That made her a rat, baby. Knows where she's coming from. Probably grew up under a different sun. I thought these times were gone and left behind. Now it looks like somebody pushed rewind. I smell a rat, baby. Looks like that back, baby. I smell a rat, baby. Baby, better bring the cat, baby.
It's in my blood. How can you hear it? How can you see it? It's in my blood. How can you feel it? Do you believe it? Yeah. Water and the dirt, it turns to mud. Love is in my blood. It's in my blood. I got to wear it. I got to share it. So come and be my companion for tonight. Let us rock this shack. Because way up high, the moon above only shines when the sky is black.
Hello? If I can have your attention really quickly, I've been the morning back by the Parkinson's Foundation table, and I just want to say it takes a group to put on a conference like this, but let's give, again, Steph Meyer and the board a big hand for doing this. One of our goals is to create a volunteer impact team. You know, no one can do everything, but all of us can do something. So I had a sign-up sheet, and anyone who signed up to help the Parkinson's Foundation with mailings and putting packets together, I had a bunch of boxers. I said, if you don't do these packets, you're doing 20 laps, and they helped us do the packets this week. But no, truly, the volunteers behind the scenes make these events go. So in your community, you can help lead a support group. You can start a walk team. Our big walk is coming up August 2nd. So think about starting a family team. But anyway, we have a drawing here, and the person that won the Yeti here is Melody Johnson. Is she here? All right. Oh, I'll bring it over to you. So again, thank you, and think about how you can get involved. So thank you.
Such a bitch, a love vampire. This emotional bitch, yeah. An emotional ditch. Life is sometimes.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Barry Solomon. I'm on the board of directors for the South Dakota Parkinson's Foundation, and it's my honor to introduce our speaker this afternoon. Please welcome Sarah Maikon, a registered and licensed dietitian practicing in the Sioux Falls area. Sarah has been with Avera for 4 years, providing personalized, high-quality nutritional care. She holds certification as a nutrition support clinician and currently covers a neuro ICU at Avera McKennan. Sarah is passionate about the role of nutrition and overall well-being and will be sharing insights today on optimizing nutrition and Parkinson's disease. Please help me welcome Sarah.
Thank you. Hello. Thank you so much for that great introduction. And thank you so much for having me today to be able to speak. It is a privilege to be able to speak in front of you all about how to optimize nutrition in Parkinson's disease. As said, I'm a licensed and registered dietitian. I currently work at Avera McKennan Hospital, and I have covered the neurointensive care unit there for the last 2 years.
I also worked with the multidisciplinary ALS clinic, and I was a part of that team providing nutrition support for those individuals as well. All right, a little bit more about me. I don't have any fun dog pictures to share, but I do have 2 crazy dogs, so they keep me very busy. I have no financial disclosures or conflicts of interest with the presented materials in my presentation today. As said, the objectives of this presentation will be talking about some national nutrition guidelines just as a jumping off point so we can have an understanding of where these recommendations come from, how to know what to eat, and then how does this deviate when we're talking specifically about Parkinson's disease. We'll be talking about particular diets, and when I say diet, I just mean an eating pattern. It's not something that we're implementing for like weight loss purposes, but it's just an eating pattern, a style of eating. So we'll be talking specifically about the Mediterranean and the MIND diet and the associated benefits with Parkinson's disease. We'll also be talking about the gut microbiome, anti-inflammatory and antioxidant foods, and how these play a role in Parkinson's disease. And finally, we'll talk about some nutrition-related barriers that some individuals may be experiencing, and then what we can do about these barriers. So as we know, Parkinson's disease is a neurodegenerative disease resulting from the decreased production of dopamine by the substantia nigra cells in the basal ganglia of the brain. I've talked a lot about, and we've heard a lot today about symptoms that arise with Parkinson's disease, but there are some other symptoms that aren't talked about as often. Specifically in terms of nutrition, we'll focus on dysphagia, swallowing difficulty. How are we able to get the nutrition we need if we're having difficulty with the act of eating, chewing difficulty, having worsening constipation, medication-related side effects in that sense, reflux, gastroparesis. So we'll delve a little bit deeper into these topics as we progress in the context of nutrition. So why am I up here talking about nutrition today? So nutrition, of course, has a massive impact on our daily lives. It affects every part of our body. It's necessary to give ourselves the appropriate energy, calories that we need to keep our body going, all of our micronutrients needed to sustain our normal body functioning. So we need vitamins, minerals, trace elements. And it's important to note that Parkinson's can have an effect on our nutritional status, and we'll talk about that a little bit later on. But when thinking about a chronic illness and something that happens to us and we feel as though there's not a lot of things that we can do to mitigate those symptoms, we can think about nutrition as somewhat of a controllable factor in our lives. So what we choose to eat and drink and put into our bodies can have a positive or a negative effect. So I want to think about nutrition as a positive thing that we can intervene upon. So just some pictures that I'm sure many of you have seen before. The food pyramid, and it's not typically something that we use now to discuss what foods to recommend and what quantity and quality. We focus more so on how to build a balanced plate. So we have the My Plate method there, where we're filling half of our plate with fruits and vegetables, a quarter with protein-containing foods, a quarter with carbohydrate foods, and then having a low-calorie or a hydrating liquid on the side, just as a balanced plate. So I had mentioned some national nutrition recommendations. So where do these come from? The Food and Nutrition Board of National Academies of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine have determined these dietary reference intakes, which is a recommendation to ensure that individuals are obtaining enough nutrients they need to meet 97 to 98% of their daily needs. So this was created for healthy individuals, but I want to use it as a jumping off point for we know what bodies need to sustain us. We know that we need carbohydrates for brain functioning, micronutrients for enzymatic function in our body. So we'll talk about just an overview and then how those are different, thinking in the context of Parkinson's disease. So just a little bit more information. I want to focus on how, of course, we all need carbohydrates, proteins, fats as our macronutrients, which are things that we need in a larger quantity, and then fiber as well. We need fiber to sustain normal GI functioning, to stay regular. It's also very important for heart health. And we'll talk a little bit farther along in our presentation about specific fiber recommendations, especially if we're experiencing constipation. Another image there, the AMDRs here, which shows that we need not just carbohydrates, protein, and fat, but we need them to be balanced. So 45 to 65% of daily caloric intake from a carbohydrate source. That includes fruits, vegetables, grains, legumes. 10 to 35% from protein, and 25 to 35% from fat sources. And it would take too long to talk about all the micronutrients, of course, that are essential for our functioning, but here's just a list of our water-soluble, fat-soluble vitamins, our micronutrients, our trace elements that we're not able to synthesize ourselves. We need to uptake it from our diet. So eating foods that are rich in these nutrients so that we can continue with our normal body processes. So let's dive deeper into a little bit more specifics about diet recommendations. So I have bolded here the Mediterranean and Mediterranean and MIND diet, which we will talk more about in the context of Parkinson's disease. Then, of course, there's the DASH diet, the other recommendations you could be hearing, lots of different diets, eating patterns, but we're going to focus on those two today. So the Mediterranean diet summarizes traditional eating habits of countries that are bordering the Mediterranean Sea. And these individuals eat a varied diet, typically focused on non-starchy vegetables, whole grains, beans, legumes, nuts, seeds, low-fat, fat-free dairy products, lean meats, and limiting our saturated fats, high-sodium foods, highly processed foods. And eating in this Mediterranean diet pattern has been associated with decreased risk of cardiovascular-related complications, strokes, and even improving brain health. And this is thought to be due to reducing the risk of obesity, high blood pressure, high cholesterol, which all affect our vasculature and ability to feed blood to our brain. So it's recommended eating a Mediterranean-style diet, about 3 cups of vegetables a day and 2 cups of fruit. Why does this matter in the context of Parkinson's disease? Just one study here that I'll talk about, an observational study looking at the association with eating a Mediterranean-style diet and patients' reported symptoms and disease progression. Over 1,000 individuals with idiopathic Parkinson's disease were involved in this study. Ages ranges, average age was 63, and the estimated time since diagnosis was about 5.2 years. So investigators had the participants complete a food frequency questionnaire to determine how closely their typical food intake was similar to like Mediterranean-style diet. And they also had self-reported severity of symptoms. So that's what the outcome measures were for this study. And researchers found that individuals that had a more closely associated diet that had higher intakes of fruits, vegetables, whole grains, fish, olive oil, water, coconut oil, had lower rates of Parkinson's disease progression, and they had reported lower self-reported severity scores of their symptoms. So these individuals found that if they had a closer associated diet with a Mediterranean diet, were found to have self-reported improved symptoms. So I had mentioned just some brief food items. I think it's helpful to see it parceled out here in the different food groups. So vegetables, fruit, grains, beans, legumes. What are these types of foods that we're recommending? So low starch vegetables. So of course, everything can be included in a balanced diet, but focusing more on like any sort of broccoli, cauliflower, peppers, low glycemic index fruits, and that just means fruits that don't increase our blood sugar as quickly or as much. So the berries, blackberries, blueberries, whole grains. All the grains there listed are whole grains, so more fiber as well. Beans, legumes, nuts, and seeds. Now we'll focus more on the MIND diet. So the MIND diet is a combination between the Mediterranean diet and the DASH diet. And the DASH diet is dietary approaches to stop hypertension. So these two together create the Mediterranean DASH intervention for neurodegenerative delay. This diet is very similar to that of the Mediterranean diet, wherein we're trying to eat more vegetables, whole grains, beans, legumes, nuts, seeds, low-fat, fat-free dairy products, and then limiting our red meats, limiting sugary sweetened beverages, sweets, of course, everything in moderation, but focusing more on having these on a weekly or daily basis of the foods specific to Mediterranean diet, which I will show a similar slide as I did for the Mediterranean diet with the MIND diet. Again, another study associating mind diet compliance with Parkinson's disease-related symptoms and outcomes. So this diet, investigators looked at individuals with age range of 59 to 97. These individuals did not have Parkinson's disease at baseline, and they were monitoring yearly to see if there was any symptom progression and if they had any association between following these typical eating patterns that I mentioned here. So the MIND diet, DASH diet, Mediterranean diet. So researchers found that adherence to the MIND diet, these individuals had decreased risk of Parkinson's disease development and a slower progression of their disease. When looking at the Mediterranean diet, these researchers found that it was marginally associated, so if individuals were eating more of that Mediterranean style diet, it was marginally associated with them having delayed Parkinson's progression. And there was no association found with eating just the DASH diet style of eating and Parkinson's disease progression. So here lays out the food frequency of the daily foods that we want to be intaking if we're following the MIND diet. So eating mostly a vegetable-based diet. Of course, we need other nutrients as well, but focusing on the 3 cups of vegetables a day, emphasizing olive oil, our vegetable oil as extra virgin olive oil, and then doing whole grains as well. And then on a weekly basis, berries, nuts, seeds, legumes, fatty fish, and lean proteins. So I talked about a couple diet eating patterns, nutrition recommendations. What else could be affecting our body and our functioning? And we like to think about the gut a lot, especially in terms of changes that could be happening, adverse effects. So the gut microbiome encompasses all the microbes in our intestines. So some are good, some not so good, not as beneficial for us as hosts, but they have a relationship. And this relationship within the gut also interacts with the brain. So the gut-brain axis is a bidirectional conversation where the gut can affect the brain and the brain can affect the gut. So if the gut is out of whack or in dysbiosis, this can have a negative effect on our brain and our functioning. And we, of course, want to optimize our gut health because then we can make some improvements on our brain health. So what can we do in regards to nutrition to have a beneficial effect on our gut health? What does affect the gut? So a lot of things in our environment and uncontrollable factors can, of course, have an effect. It's not just nutrition, but also if we're in a stressed state, not only physically stressed, psychologically stressed, but food and nutrition-related things that could affect the gut include food additives. So some food additives, antimicrobials, which are added to some food to prevent mold production, could have a negative effect on our gut microbiome. Some things like emulsifiers, which are used as a stabilizing agent in some foods. Some are synthetic, some are naturally occurring. Emulsifiers could have a negative effect on our gut dysbiosis there. And then another additive to food, sucralose or artificial sweetener, could have a negative effect as well. So we want to limit the intake of these foods that we know are correlated with increasing dysbiosis and not as optimal functioning gut. So how do we improve this gut health if we are having some dysbiosis in our gut? We can try to reintroduce those healthy microbes into our gut. So a probiotic is a non-pathogenic organism that when taken in adequate amounts can result in a benefit to us as the host. Not all foods that are considered a probiotic actually are effective. There are a couple things that are necessary for a food to be considered a probiotic. So these microbes, they may claim, say if you're looking at a supplement on the shelf, that there's 1 billion colony-forming units that are alive and active. Well, if they're alive and active when we take them by mouth, that's excellent, but if they're not going to reach our distal intestine all the way through our digestional tract and actually stay alive, we need that to be the case to have the optimal function there. So just do a little bit of research. There's a lot of things on the market. Ask a dietitian, of course, if you have questions about probiotics, but there are some proposed benefits to taking in probiotic-containing foods or supplements. Maintaining our gut lining, increasing the clearance of negative pathogens in our gut, stimulating the innate and acquired immune system, and then also having a role with mucosal serotonin release. As we know, most of the serotonin we produce is within our gut. So if we're optimizing our gut, it can have a beneficial effect on our mood. Some foods that contain probiotics are yogurt, kefir, miso, sauerkraut, some of those fermented food items there. And we don't just need probiotics, we also need prebiotics, which are undigestible sugars that those healthy microbes in our gut eat. And the byproduct of that digestion from those microbes are beneficial to us, the hosts. So some foods that contain prebiotics include garlic, artichokes, asparagus, bananas, and there also contains some soluble fiber in there that we can digest, but the fiber that we're wanting to take in is the fiber that's feeding those good microbes. There's also something called a symbiotic, which is a combination pre and probiotic. And again, there's a lot of different options on the market, but that is something too that could be taken that could have a beneficial effect for you. But it's important to note that a diet that is complex and is varied, so not just eating similar things every single day, is associated with a diverse and healthy microbiome. Now we'll move on to talking about some anti-inflammatory foods. So inflammation is a normal physiological response to stress or injury, but increased or prolonged inflammation can have a negative effect on our blood-brain barrier, and it could contribute to neuroinflammation and could contribute to neurodegenerative diseases. So what can we do in the frame of nutrition when we're talking about food interventions that could help impede this inflammation? So we can introduce some foods that have some anti-inflammatory properties. So that includes foods that contain vitamin C, vitamin D, vitamin E, omega-3 fatty acids, and then some specific food sources. I think it's important for people to recognize, well, what are vitamin C containing foods? What are vitamin E containing foods? So things that are fruit and vegetables that have color. I always say those that have carotenoids and anthocyanins and some anti-inflammatory properties. Our nuts and seeds are those healthy omega-3 fatty acids. So trying to incorporate those into a typical diet. There are some foods that have been found to be neuroprotective. We know these foods can help support healthy brain function by decreasing the systemic inflammation, help maintain normal blood glucose, have heart-healthy benefits, and all these can help improve that blood flow. We want to improve blood flow so that we have good blood flow to the brain. So foods like extra virgin olive oil, which is discussed a lot in the Mediterranean and Mind diet, nuts and seeds, and then cinnamon has also been found to have some beneficial effects, whether it be cinnamon powder, cinnamon extract. It could have some beneficial cognitive effects there. And then antioxidant foods. So we hear a lot about antioxidants, how they affect free radicals, why they're important. So free radicals are an unstable molecule, and it's a byproduct of normal cellular metabolism. Some foods have naturally acquiring antioxidant properties, and it can help eradicate those free radicals. So foods that have naturally acquiring antioxidant properties include artichokes, tomatoes, different fruits and vegetables there, pecans, blackberries, raspberries, blueberries, and again, similar anti-inflammatory foods, it's important to incorporate some of these antioxidant foods as well. Just want to briefly talk about supplements, and I know there's a lot of supplements on the market. I will say, disclaimer, that supplements are not regulated by the FDA. So it's always recommended if you do choose to purchase a supplement that it be third-party tested, so that somebody outside of that company is reviewing to see if there is the actual content of that supplement included in that, if there's any heavy metal byproducts, things like that. So when choosing supplements, just do your research, of course, but when looking through some supplements associated with Parkinson's disease, I found that coenzyme Q10 was something that some individuals were using because of the potential beneficial effects. But in my research, there was no definitively proven benefit with individuals in Parkinson's disease. Of course, speak with your physician, your provider. If you have specific questions about supplements, they may recommend something. It could be patient-specific, so just wanted to briefly discuss these here with you. Glutathione, which is a tripeptide compound, it can have some antioxidant agent activities. And in one study I found it could slightly improve motor function in individuals with Parkinson's disease, but it wasn't without adverse effects, and these individuals were experiencing some adverse GI effects. Vitamin C and vitamin E, as we discussed, have some anti-inflammatory benefits, but of course when taking any fat-soluble supplements, You want to not take an excessive amount because fat-soluble vitamins do have an upper limit, as do water-soluble, but we don't want to have any toxic levels being taken. And then I wanted to note vitamin B6. Vitamin B6 is required as a cofactor for dopamine decarboxylase, one of the enzymes needed to convert the L-DOPA to dopamine. So this vitamin supplement and in food, B6 may expedite the conversion of L-DOPA to dopamine before L-DOPA reaches the brain. Since dopamine does not cross the blood-brain barrier, this may reduce the amount of dopamine actually transmitted to the brain. So I would reach out to your provider, your physician, if you're wanting to take a supplement such as B6, just to ensure that that would be safe for you. Of course, before starting any supplements or adjusting your dose of current supplements that you're taking, I recommend visiting with your neurologist, your physician, to discuss if there's any safety concerns. So there's a lot of things that could be contributing to nutritional status in Parkinson's disease, and some things that could be negatively affecting us, and things that we want to make sure that we're recognizing and we're not just putting to the wayside if we're really struggling with things like chewing ability, swallowing ability, having dry mouth. So I just wanted to note here that I recognize these symptoms are something individuals could be experiencing, and then just some tips of things that we could do. So if we're having chewing difficulty, could you adjust the texture of your food? Could you adjust the moisture? Could it be more palatable if doing those types of things? Swallowing dysfunction, dysphagia, we'll talk a little bit more in depth later on. Decreased sense of taste or taste changes could be a medication-related side effect. If you're noticing more of a metallic flavor to food, I recommend using like plastic silverware rather than metallic or stainless steel silverware. Cleansing your mouth in between meals or before meals, just to cleanse your palate, do some tongue scraping, just so that you have your palate is cleansed prior to eating. That might have a benefit for you. Esophageal reflux disease, wherein you're refluxing gastric contents into the esophagus, giving you chest pain and discomfort. That could be a symptom. So recommending eating less acidic foods, so not doing as much tomato products, citrus products, and then eating foods that, or choosing to eat less of foods that affect that lower esophageal sphincter, the sphincter from our esophagus to our stomach. So things like peppermint, coffee, chocolate, it can affect that sphincter. You may notice reflux becoming worse if you choose to eat or drink those types of foods. Gastroparesis, so delayed gastric emptying. Individuals may feel as though food is sitting in the stomach, making them feel bloated, distended, just like uncomfortable and not wanting to eat. So it's recommended to eat a little bit less high-fat or high-fiber foods. These foods are just longer to digest. They take a little bit longer to empty from the stomach, so eating a little bit less of these foods in a meal could help with that gastroparesis symptom. Choosing to eat smaller, more frequent meals rather than 3 large meals in a day, and drinking liquids between meals can help there too. Of course, as individuals have motor symptoms or functions that are affecting their ability to make food for themselves, prepare food, self-feeding ability, I would recommend, of course, visiting with an occupational or physical therapist. If they can recommend any adaptive silverware or recommendations, positioning while eating to make things easier for you, and then if you have a support system, anybody that could help assist with feeding so that you're able to get in the nutrition that you need. Adequate fluid intake and dehydration, which could be associated with worsening swallowing dysfunction. I recommend choosing foods that are higher in fluid content. So our fruits and vegetables are high in water content, trying to eat more of those types of foods, drinking liquids between meals on kind of a scheduled basis, if you will. It's easy to forget that we're thirsty if we continue to not take much for our liquids throughout the day, so just trying to be cognizant of that. And then drug-nutrient interactions, malnutrition, and constipation we'll talk a little bit more too. So constipation, of course, is a very uncomfortable symptom that could be from decreased physical activity, could be a medication-related side effect, could be related to dehydration. So what can we do to mitigate this symptom? We can increase our soluble fiber intake. So soluble fiber is what helps gelatinize and soften the stool by bringing water into the bowels. So these include foods like apples, bananas, carrots, prunes. These can contain the soluble fibers that will help gelatinize the stool. And then our insoluble fiber, we talked a little bit about when talking about prebiotics. These are foods that add bulk to your stool and helps propel it through your digestive system. So combining soluble and insoluble fiber together and water and a little bit of motility, movement, physical movement will help with the constipation symptoms. Trying to aim for about 25 to 35 grams of fiber per day, but I will say most Americans eat about 15 grams of fiber. So it's not recommended to quickly jump one day 15 grams to 30 grams. You'll likely have GI complications, bloating, abdominal distension, diarrhea. So I recommend going slow, increasing your fiber intake by 1 to 2 grams and see how you tolerate that. And then of course, making sure we're staying hydrated. So we need the water and the fiber to work together. If we increase the fiber only, your symptoms will likely become worse. So doing what you can to increase your fluid intake, recommended about 8 cups of hydrating fluid per day. So I know a lot of people think, oh, coffee or tea, but actually those are not hydrating liquids. If they're caffeinated, they're a diuretic, so they're not gonna increase your fluid, but things like milk, juice, water, electrolyte rehydration drink, Gatorade, things like that. And then anything you can do for physical movement will help with GI motility. Dysphagia, if an individual is experiencing difficulty with swallowing, and it could depend on the phase of the swallow where the individual is struggling, but they may notice pocketing of foods in the cheeks, drooling, choking on food, feeling as though food is getting stuck, weight loss, aspiration, and aspiration is the inhaling of oropharyngeal contents, which can lead to aspiration pneumonia, and that's, of course, something that we want to avoid. So I recommend if you are noticing those signs and symptoms to visit with a speech pathologist. They would be able to identify what phase of the swallow you're having dysfunction and the recommendations, so they can offer strategies for texture changes, viscosity changes to your liquids. Some individuals may need to change the way that they're swallowing, maybe chin tuck method. Everybody's different, but that's who I would recommend you go visit with because they're the experts on swallowing. There could also be some drug-nutrient interactions. So we'll specifically talk about levodopa and MAOI. So levodopa, this medication uses the same carriers as amino acids, so the basic building blocks of protein, and they compete for transport across the blood-brain barrier. This could affect the effectiveness of that medication. So if you or an individual is experiencing on-off syndrome, it may be recommended to limit the amount of protein that you're taking with levodopa or the amount of time you're taking the protein before or after. And again, I would recommend visiting with your provider about this. And this is only specific to the levodopa medication and not combined medications like Sinemet. And then also MAOI medication is an antidepressant medication which blocks the enzyme MAO. And this enzyme breaks down tyramine, which is another amino acid in our diet. If you're unable to break that down, it could cause adverse effects. So we want to limit foods high in tyramine because we can't break those down. So these foods include a lot of cured and dried foods. So we have pickled foods, beer, wine, specifically for fermented foods, cured meats. So if you are taking an MAOI medication, I recommend visiting with your provider as well to see if you do need to limit these types of foods. So we have talked about some barriers to getting adequate nutrition, and this could all culminate and lead to what's called malnutrition. And malnutrition is defined as deficiencies, excess or imbalances in an individual's energy or other nutrient intakes, and it could lead to some severe effects. So signs and symptoms of malnutrition, things to look out for, are decreased muscle and fat mass. We could be noticing unintended weight loss, decreased intakes in general. We could be noticing some abnormal fluid collection, decreased grip strength, and then some other symptoms you could be experiencing are hair loss or hair thinning, weakness, decreased stability, worse than normal, delayed wound healing, and then also issues with immune function. So if we are noticing these things and you're worried that yourself or a family member could be developing malnutrition, what are some interventions that we can do to treat this? And what I typically recommend is choosing calorically dense food and beverages to get more bang for your buck, because of course fruits and vegetables are excellent for us. They have great micronutrients and everything I had discussed, but you have to eat and drink a lot of something containing fruits and vegetables to get the calories that you would compared to, say, a tablespoon of peanut butter. So trying to add more calories and make it more dense so that you yourself don't have to eat as much. It's not as energy requiring to get the nutrients to help with that weight and strength gain. Drinking liquids that contain calories, smoothies, shakes, oral nutrition supplements, they could be something you could incorporate into your diet. Try snacking between meals and snacking with those calorically dense foods, so dried fruits, nuts, seeds, those types of things could be incorporated. And if you've tried all of these things and you're not able to gain weight or gain strength and you're still really struggling to meet your nutrition needs by mouth, visit with your physician or your dietitian if enteral nutrition may be appropriate. And what is enteral nutrition? It could also be called tube feeding. I'm sure most of you have heard about tube feeding, and there is a negative connotation, I would say, with enteral nutrition support or tube feeding. But it is a way for an individual to get the nutrients that they need if they're really struggling to meet their needs by mouth. And some individuals really rely on this route of nutrition to obtain the nutrition that they need. And typically, it's administered through an enteral access device, usually directly into the stomach, and it's a way to obtain calories, protein, water, and medications. But if an individual is really struggling with reflux or with gastroparesis, some individuals do need a feeding tube directly into the small bowel. So they could have a jejunostomy feeding tube. Some pros and cons of enteral nutrition, as I said, it is a reliable route to give ourselves nutrition. And if an individual is receiving nutrition support through a feeding tube, that doesn't mean they're not able to eat and drink by mouth. I think that's another negative connotation with enteral nutrition is if I have a feeding tube, I won't be able to eat. A lot of individuals still enjoy and are able to eat by mouth, but it takes the stress and the burden off of their back for being able to swallow their medications and get enough food and drink, especially fluids and water. So the access device is a way to ensure that they are getting what they need. By doing that, we're supporting normal GI function, absorption, and metabolism. And then, of course, some adverse effects associated with this. An individual may have some GI intolerances, either to their formula or to how things are administered. So, of course, if that is something you are receiving, visit with your dietitian or your provider about your concerns. They may have a decreased sense of autonomy or perceived quality of life. Of course, it's not the normal route of nutrition, receiving it through a feeding tube, but it is a way to ensure that we are getting what we need. So to just wrap it all up into one slide here, some general recommendations. Within Parkinson's disease, we want to be able to ensure we're meeting our daily caloric, macro, and micronutrients. So the macronutrients are carbohydrates, our fats, our proteins, our fiber, and then our vitamins and minerals. So if you do think that you have some gaps in your diet and you want to try a supplement, I do recommend just visiting with your provider, a dietitian, to see what type of multivitamin or vitamin source would be appropriate. Increase your fluid intakes as best you can. Of course, if you need to limit fluid for a certain reason, follow your provider's recommendations, but trying to increase your fluid intake while incorporating more fiber. More fruits, vegetables, whole grains, nuts, seeds. Try swapping butters or margarines for olive oil. And then try some of those probiotic-containing foods as well. So my take-home messages for this presentation here is to think about what we can add to our diet. It's not beneficial for anybody to think about, I have to restrict or avoid XYZ food or beverages. It's more important to think about what can be added to, how can I enrich and make my diet more robust and more balanced. Incorporating more fruits, vegetables, and they don't have to be fresh, it could be canned or frozen. They're just as nutrient valued as if they're a fresh option. Recognizing those nutrition-related complications that we had talked about, and then how can we mitigate those? What interventions can we do? We really want to make sure that we're identifying any barriers and then seeing if anybody is having signs or symptoms of malnutrition and treating that appropriately. And of course, always communicate with your neurologist, your primary care provider, a dietitian, if you have any nutrition-related concerns. Here are my references. And that concludes my presentation.
Have any questions for Sarah?
You talked about B6 and the dopamine. Is there a time frame between taking the two that you should try and wait?
Yeah, so I think it's the quantity, the amount that you're taking of the vitamin B6, and probably the timing as well. I don't know exactly if there would be like, say, an hour or 2 hours. It's typically before or after a medication administration where we would want to take something that could be counteracting the effect. But I would ask specifically with your provider if you're taking a vitamin B6 medication and your L-DOPA, if you need to either avoid taking that supplement altogether or if you can take it, say, 2 hours later or 2 hours before. But I'm not exactly sure on specific timing.
Okay, what is the shelf life of extra virgin olive oil, and should you keep it refrigerated?
So you don't have to keep it refrigerated once opened, but it is recommended to keep in a dark, like kind of a pantry, in the back of a pantry, just because if there's light to it, it could oxidize. And I would check the food label. I would check the label to see, could be 6 months, could be a year, but most extra virgin olive oils, if they're in a lighter glass package, they could oxidize quicker than if they're in the dark glass. So I would choose that one, and I would choose to keep it in a dark corner of your pantry. You could refrigerate it. It won't freeze or solidify in the refrigerator, but that's how I would store mine.
I know that a multivitamin has B6 in it. And I've been taking my multivitamin and my Cinnamate together. Is that something I should be doing differently?
No, I had mentioned it was just an interaction with the L-DOPA medication and not a combined like Cinnamate medication, which contains L-DOPA, but it's a combined medication. I would just check your multivitamin to make sure if it's 100% of your daily recommended B6, that's totally fine. If it's in excess, if it's say 400, 500% of your daily value, I would visit with your provider if you have questions, but we do need B6. It is an essential water-soluble vitamin, but I just specifically with the L-DOPA, not with the Cinnamate, with a combined medication. Does that make sense? I'm sorry, that wasn't very clear, but.
I was also told that I should not take my Cinnamate with my protein.
Okay. Was that your provider recommendation?
Yeah.
Yes, I would continue to follow that because like I said, of course, the provider is the one who would be making recommendations related to your medication administration, and if they're wanting you to avoid protein with the medication or for a certain amount of hours after, continue to follow that.
Hi.
Hi.
Would you say the Mediterranean diet and the mitochondria diet are very similar?
The MIND diet?
Is that the MIND?
Yes.
Mitochondria diet?
Yep. So the MIND, the DASH diet for like neurodegenerative delay, that diet, the Mediterranean and MIND diet.
Oh, that's what the MIND stands
Yes.
for. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, they are very similar.
Any other questions?
You had mentioned cinnamon and also turmeric. How much of that would be worthwhile to take a day?
There was, for this study, they were taking, for the study that I had presented there, I believe it was a tablespoon of the cinnamon powder specifically, and then the extract, I don't know the quantity there, but like I said, it was marginally associated with potential benefits, but you could add a teaspoon to things. I would never take anything like as like a shot, if you will, of powder, but incorporating a teaspoon into maybe your cinnamon, like your oatmeal or maybe another baked item could have some beneficial effects.
I take a cinnamon supplement and 1,000 milligrams a day, but that's because I'm a diabetic and I know
Sure.
it's supposed to help with blood sugars.
Sure. Yeah, were you wondering about dosage or? Or if that was appropriate.
I was just kind of answering her question.
Oh, great, good. All right, well, thank you all so much.
As we wrap up today's conference, please remember to fill out your orange survey, and you can leave it on the table. Your feedback helps us continue to improve these events. We are grateful for the opportunity to gain experience and growth together, from understanding the vital role of sleep in Parkinson's to exploring new advancements that bring hope for the future. We have gained valuable tools for navigating this journey. We were inspired to bloom where we are planted, embracing resilience and purpose no matter where we stand. Sessions on dizziness and balance helped us stay grounded, and our final talk on nutrition reminded us that what we fuel our bodies with matters. Yes, even after cookies. We look forward to seeing you at our summer Step Big walks, and again at the Parkinson's Conference in Rapid City this October. Be sure to keep an eye on our website for updates and upcoming events, and we'll post the PowerPoints on there. Thank you for being part of a day filled with insight, encouragement, and community. Thank you.
If this move is not a dance, then this groove must be gravity. If this is no miracle, then it must be destiny. As the world turns, I think that this story is not in our hands. Yeah. As the world turns, the book is written in the language we yet understand. If this is a joke,